or rechannel spending that Congress has approved, where a lot of folks will say, well, that's actually against the law. The Congress decides where the money is allocated.
That for a decade. Presidents
yes,
have wanted
every
that
president wants that.
Bill Clinton wanted the line item veto.
And didn't get it.
And I think President Bush wanted the line. I think every president would like a line item veto, right?
Yeah, and to this point, the agreement has been that you can't legally do that. So we'll have to see, because that's just one of those major executive power questions that's going to be caught up in the courts.
The other aspect of this, I think, is just the popularity. The White House continues to show poll numbers that show that what Doge is doing is very popular, that there is bipartisan support, widespread support among voters for cutting government funding, for getting rid of waste, fraud, abuse, for maybe shrinking the size of the federal government. But we have also seen this week at some of these town halls that there are also concerns about, well, wait, what's that going to mean for this social program, or what's that going to mean for my employment, or what I mean, so how do you kind of see Doge in kind of the voter context, right? Because ultimately that's what's going to matter, right? Is what voters think of all of this, because we're close to people don't want to talk about it yet, but we're close to midterms.
Yep, you're exactly right. There's always another election right around the corner here in Washington. And this is something I've pressed a number of Republicans on, this idea that, is there a tipping point? Listen, you've got public goodwill and attitudes and polling on your side, because people are ticked about how much they pay in taxes and where that money goes. And as they find out these crazy things, they're really getting upset, and they are supportive of what you're doing. But will there be a tipping point in which you are seen to be throwing the baby out with the bathwater, where there is an impact on real people, real lives, people you know, family members, neighbors? Because federal jobs are, yes, they're concentrated here in the D.C. area where you and I live and work, but they are scattered all over the country. Yeah. And what about an agency that you count on for whatever particular need in your family or your life, and it becomes less responsive, or you can't get the services you once got? Those are going to be real world things that potentially can turn the tide against you if this is seen as being just way too much of a sledgehammer instead of a scalpel. So Republicans don't seem ready yet at this point to acknowledge there's any danger of that, or at least they don't feel like they're close to it. And they will also say, listen, some of these town halls and things that you're seeing, it's AstroTurf, it's people on the far left who are activists, who are organizing these groups to show up and to make it seem as if my very red district is entirely turning against me. They see it as something more calculated.
Let's talk a little bit about these Republicans in Congress. Now the House has passed its budget. The Senate has passed a budget. They are not the same. Neither of them kind of are the full ask of the one big beautiful bill that President Trump prefers. The clock's ticking.
Yeah. And as you and I know, and probably all of our listeners too, it's not just this budget issue. It is running out of money for the federal government March 14th. That is another lever that's, waiting to be pulled or tripped. I don't think any Republicans want to be viewed as backing a shutdown, but they have major things they got to work out to avoid that cliff. That's aside from the budget reconciliation, the border, extending the tax cuts. It really all comes down to the math, which in Washington does not work the same way as it does in our own households, because we can't print more money.
Most of us don't plan out a 10-year budget for our annual expenses.
No, and we can't print money, and we can't, sell our debt to other countries. So we have to handle things a little bit differently.
Especially, and it gets kind of in the weeds, but these Senate rules on reconciliation are very strict, right?
Yep.
The Byrd rule, and there's deficit limits, and things have to kind of comply with specific spending programs. This is going to be a challenge for Senator Thune and Speaker Johnson.
Yeah, and I talked to a Republican senator today who is pretty high profile and said, what are you guys going to do about this reconciliation issue? And the fact that the parliamentarian can rule things in and out. So even if you've put together this big, beautiful, whatever package of bills or singular bill, the parliamentarian, to not get too wonky again, is somebody who can come in and say, nope, this doesn't relate to the core or genesis of this bill. We're carving this out. And then you're back to square one with something that the president has said is a top priority and must be part of these packages. So there's a lot of heavy lifting.
in recent history, we saw that. The Parliamentarian during the Biden administration, they had two reconciliation bills. An immigration provision was cut out of one of them, and a $15 minimum wage was cut out of the other. Those were two big campaign promises by then President Biden that the Parliamentarian just struck down. So that shows some of the limits here as, there's a lot of pressure on Republicans to be as ambitious as possible.
Yeah, there will be limits. And it's, they could technically point and say like, oh, this is, so disappointing. The parliamentarian kicked this out. Okay, technically that can be true. That's really hard to put in a campaign ad. Like, we wanted to get this, but the parliamentarian ruled it out. I mean, people have heard
it's not a bumper sticker?
It's not a bumper sticker slogan, but people have heard your promises about no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, all these things. All of that stuff's got to be factored in. And again, the math ain't mathin' for a lot of people here in D.C.
Yeah, well, it's always been fuzzy math. Is that what it's been called in the past? I think I remember fuzzy math. I've heard it called
fuzzy math.
Let's speaking of kind of again the deficits and how to make that up. President Trump says he is moving forward with these tariffs, 25% on Canadian and Mexican imports. That is going to begin next week. Do folks that you were talking to, do they expect a trade war with Canada? And if so, what does that look like?
Well, they're worried about it. There's been all this talk of reciprocal tariffs. That's another issue. There's a lot looming out there, and it really adds up. And the president's detractors will say, listen, you campaigned on turning around the economy, and yet if you want to get these budget deals done that extend tax cuts, they'll argue for the wealthy, but they did go to just about every taxpayer got some kind of cut in 2017. That's according to the IRS.
Yes.
But tariffs, somebody's got to pay that extra money that is tacked on to the cost of these goods. And there are different ways that can work, but we're getting close now to this actually being a reality. You heard Secretary Lutnick say, listen, if they're complying with us on things like, cracking down on fentanyl and other things, there can be some leeway with some of these tariffs. But it sounds like a week out that they are ready to, now less than a week out, move on these March 4th tariffs, really kicking in. Now, do we get breaking news over the weekend? Possibly, that something's been negotiated down. That's the way the president works. He loves the fight of the negotiation. So they're scheduled for next Tuesday, but I won't be surprised if there is some modification of them.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, the president on Thursday morning put out on Truth Social the proposed tariffs scheduled to go into effect on March 4th will indeed go into effect as scheduled. So we'll see. Let's finish this conversation where we started, and that is with these court challenges. I was curious because you know a lot more about kind of the Supreme Court operations than I do. The Chief Justice allowing these USAID cuts to go into effect. He did that kind of on his own through this order. Is this short term? Is this long term? What does this mean about kind of the broader Doge fights that are playing out in the courts?
So with respect to federal foreign aid going out, a lower court judge had said by midnight Wednesday night, you got to resume that stuff. It's got to be going out. They went to the appeals court, lost there. They went to the Supreme Court late Wednesday and said, you got to help us out. We need you to block this lower court order because the president has to have the executive powers we talked about early on to make these decisions about federal aid. Well, normally the Chief Justice, it went to him, the request. He could decide alone or refer it to the court. I think solely because of the tight timeline, he made a decision solely that just said, hey, we're putting this thing on pause. But if you're opposed to this, I need to hear from you by noon on Friday. So that makes me think a Friday afternoon decision could pick this back up. So it's a really brief pause. But I think it'll get to the whole court on Friday, possibly over a decision over the weekend, maybe even to say whether the executive has the power to say, no, we're stopping this foreign aid until we have a full accounting of what's going on. So for now, the Chief Justice has said they don't have to pay it out, but it could be a very short pause.
Something to watch out for this afternoon. I am told by my pop culture savvy podcast team that the Oscars are this weekend.
Oh, yes.
I did not know that. I know that now. Do you have a favorite?
You know what? I don't, because I don't even know what's nominated. And I usually, usually when I see the list of movies, I'm like, I've seen -10 of these movies. I'm not a huge movie person, but if I am, it's stuff like Maverick, which I don't know that gets, nominated for Oscars. I'm sort of a more feel-good popcorn big movie. The indie stuff that's like a little bit torturous and that kind of stuff is not really my thing. But I'm sure there is some great creative work out there. So, yeah, sadly, I can't offer you much on the Oscars. And the only reason I knew it was this weekend is because somebody reached out to me and said, hey, I know a lot about the Oscars. Can I come on your show this weekend? And I was like, oh, that's this weekend. I do like to watch the close. I like the red carpet, but I'm done after that.
Shannon Bream, always appreciate our chats. Have a great weekend.
Jared, you too. Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I'll send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-885-5995. 800-885-5995.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account. and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, February 28th, last day of February 2025. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Officials in New Mexico continue to investigate after Oscar-winning actor Gene Hackman, his wife, and one of the couple's dogs were all found dead in their home this week. Fox's Kristen Goodwin with more on the investigation.
The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office says autopsies on the bodies of late actor Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy Arakawa were performed, noting there were no initial signs of trauma to the bodies or signs of foul play, but deeming their deaths suspicious enough to investigate, revealing they appeared to be dead for quite a while. Carbon monoxide tests and toxicology tests were requested, but according to officials, there were no signs of a gas or a carbon monoxide leak. 95-year-old Hackman was found dead in a mudroom, his wife on a bathroom floor near a space heater and scattered pills from an unnamed prescription. Investigators also finding a German Shepherd dead in a bathroom closet and 2 other dogs alive on the property. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Ukraine's president meeting with President Trump today to sign an economic agreement giving the U.S. access to rare earth minerals. Fox's Jared Halpern has more from the White House.
As top Trump administration officials continue talks with Russian counterparts, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky arrives here this morning to sign off on a historic economic framework tying the U.S. to Ukraine's rare earth mineral development.
I think it's going to be great for Ukraine. We're going to be at the site, and we'll be digging.
President Trump says the partnership will help recoup taxpayer support for Ukraine and deepen cooperation with Zelensky.
We're going to get along really well, okay? We have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for him.
President Trump did not say if he'd offer an apology for describing Zelensky earlier this month as a dictator. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And how many more people will show up at Daytona's Bike Week this year in Florida? Well, it kicks off today.
The weather is expected to cooperate at this 84th Daytona Bike Week. Events include performance bike shows, bikini contests, and stunt shows, including something called the Globe of Death. Sponsorships have grown in recent years. Attendees can expect to see Harley-Davidson, but also Progressive Insurance and a lot of biker attorneys. Speaking of that word, the signs in Daytona do not say welcome bikers, but rather welcome riders. The Daytona News Journal reports last year the city used geofencing, which tracks cell phones, to tell how many people showed up. It was roughly 420,000 last year. They're using geofencing again this time, and if you'd like to avoid being tracked, it can help to disable location services on your phone and turn off Wi-Fi as well. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
And I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and this month, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight salutes Gil Balanzat, United States Marine Corps veteran. Be here this Wednesday morning, March 5th, as Kayal and Company shine a spotlight on this outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to service. Presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
Got big dreams but not big funds? A home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union helps you leverage the equity in your home and turn it into cash. With flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment, you can turn your dreams or goals into a reality. There are no restrictions on how the funds can be used. Apply today and get a fixed-rate home equity loan rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-253-6259. 800-253-6259. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-253-6259.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A down day on Wall Street Thursday
The Dow lost 194 and is now down over 1,300 points for the month of February. The S&P 500 lost 94, and the Nasdaq lost 531, now at its lowest point overall since November 5th. Nvidia was down about 8.5%, despite the fact the company beat expectations in its earnings report Wednesday. Pending home sales down 4.6% in January. First-time unemployment claims up 22,000 last week to 242,000. Mortgage rates fell to their lowest level in a couple of months, down 0.09 of a point to 6.76%. That according to Freddie Mac. Personal income and consumer spending data for January said to be released today. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Index is the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The 97th Academy Awards ceremony Sunday night. Going by what it's won already, Anora is considered the favorite for Best Picture. It's about an exotic dancer in Brooklyn and her whirlwind romance with a Russian oligarch's son.
15 cash up front.
Deal.
Deal.
Mikey Madison could win Best Actress for it, so could Demi Moore for playing an actress using a black market drug to create a younger self.
There's been a slight misuse of the substance.
Conclave about the politics of picking a new pope's another Best Picture possibility.
This is a conclave, Aldo. It's not a war.
It is a war. And you have to commit to a side.
A few awards are considered close to sure things, but overall it's being called one of the most unpredictable Oscar seasons in years.
Yeah, even to this very moment it is. Think about last year when Oppenheimer, it really was a coronation, to the point of extreme boredom for pundits like me, where we pretty much could guess all the categories of who was going to win.
Johnny Oleksinski's a critic and entertainment reporter for the New York Post.
This time it's been topsy-turvy. Part of that comes from the actors' strikes the last few years, the kind of COVID problems. There hasn't been as many movies, so you're seeing all these little tiny movies taking out their boxing gloves and just slugging each other.
Yeah. To my mind, what I've seen, or maybe I've just been selecting good movies, I felt it was a really good year. I don't think I saw anything that was very popular, and again, maybe I missed it, that I thought was terrible. Of the nominees I've seen here, I thought that everybody was fairly worthy. I'm sure I missed some that you'll disagree with, though.
There are a lot of great movies, and there are a diverse array of kinds of movies. I think there is something for everybody in the Best Picture, in the 10 Best Picture nominees. I think what's weird for everybody now, for mainstream audiences, is what's rising to the top isn't Wicked, which will come out nearly empty-handed, except for a few production design things, or Dune, which will also have that happen to it, is that the movies that are going to win, like Anora, a lot of people didn't see them. I hope you do. It's great.
Yeah. I actually did, on advice, run out to see Anora in the theater. And I really, really liked it a lot. This is one of the few segments where I allow myself to express opinion. Instead of just being, journalistic. I thought Anora was really great. I thought Mikey Madison was amazing. She's 25 years old, I think. This is the lead actress, if people aren't familiar with her. She's had smaller roles in some big movies, and she was on a show I like called Better Things when she was a teenager. And she's funny, and she's sad, and she's sexy, and she's got a great fight scene even. And she does this great Brooklyn accent. And when I saw it, I thought, oh, well, there's your Best Actress right there. And then here comes Demi Moore in The Substance, which is maybe not as substantive a movie, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, what's kind of funny about Mikey Madison is she has talked about how everybody keeps calling this her breakout, when she's actually had, she's been in Hollywood for years, but this time it's just such a magnetic, charismatic performance that it feels like she's just coming into her own. It's a lot like Marissa Tomei and My Cousin Vinny. Yeah. That kind of explosion of New York energy. I would like to see her win, to be honest. But the way that the Oscars tend to vote, they love narratives.
Sure.
So remember,
and The Substance is, there's a meta thing going on where it's about an aging actress who sort of ill-advisedly chases this fountain of youth. And Demi Moore, you could say, is going through the same thing as a woman in her 50s now who used to be considered the sexy one.
Yeah, and at the Golden Globes, when she gave that speech where she said, "This was the first time in my life I have won anything." She doesn't count Ashton Kutcher, I guess.
Yeah, and lots of money.
But that, that was, she was really gunning for it then. That was a big campaign moment. Yep. And the Oscars are a group that really, you think about when Brendan Fraser made his comeback or Michelle Yeoh winning. They love career achievement.
And there's an argument to be made that Demi Moore isn't even the best actress in The Substance. Her sort of younger self, Margaret Qualley, is terrific in that movie.
Yeah, I would say she was unfairly treated. Sometimes those supporting categories, you can't make heads or tails of them. But you're right, it's almost an ensemble piece.
Yeah, and it's also, I can't imagine what it would be if there's been a grosser Best Picture nominee in the history of the Academy Awards. I don't know what it would be. That last 20-30 minutes just goes off the rails.
It took them a long time to be okay with Silence of the Lambs and Get Out.
Yeah.
And I still wonder. That's the one. While I would say Demi Moore right now is the favorite. Now that you have 10,000 Academy members getting to share their very mostly American perspectives, I would wonder if The Substance is too much for them.
Yeah. There's also Conclave that we haven't mentioned, which is especially timely for a couple of reasons. One being Pope Francis's real-life health. It's about the sort of the politics of choosing a new pope. It feels like, watching it feels like an important movie but it's really a popcorn movie. And I wonder, this preferential voting thing with Best Picture nominees now, where people actually rank the 1 to 10, I wonder if that pushes a sort of middle-of-the-road movie like Conclave up, where if somebody, I hated The Substance, I'm going to rank it 10th, or Anora, or whatever it is, and if everybody puts Conclave in the middle, or third, or second, or whatever, I wonder if it has a better chance.
I would say so. You really don't run into people, like you said, who hate Conclave, because it does sort of fit the bill of what we want an awards movie to be. You're right that I was surprised when I first saw it that they were selling it as a classy, prestigious thing, when really it's a sleazy movie about these conniving people.
It's more fun than I thought it would be.
Yeah, and my jaw dropped a bunch of times. I think it has a great chance. It just won the BAFTA. I bet Anora sneaks in, but Conclave is on its heels.
Amelia Perez, when the nominations were announced, there was a lot of Amelia who, and it's about this transgender drug lord. One at the Golden Globes, then what happened?
Isn't that the thing to say about it? It's about this transgender drug lord. It's a wild movie. I saw, when I first saw that at Toronto, it was, so it's a French film in Spanish that takes place in Mexico about a drug lord who transitions.
And a musical.
In a musical. And the drug lord transitions into a woman, moves to Mexico City and wants to reunite with her family. Then it's like a telenovela, and it ends in a shootout. I can't make heads or tails of it. I found it very weird, and it was sort of like a freight train all season long, winning everything. Meanwhile, American audiences hated it. It has like a 17% on Rotten Tomatoes, something like that. Gets 13 Oscar nominations, the leader.
Yeah.
Then the lead, Carlos Sofia Gascon, some tweets are unearthed, like Conclave. And they're scandalous tweets. Some would say, racist and offensive tweets. And now that movie's pretty much screwed.
Yeah. Best actor, does anyone beat Adrien Brody for The Brutalist? He won 23 years ago for The Pianist. There's young Timothée Chalamet in the Bob Dylan movie Complete Unknown. You write about, in the Post, what you call his ingenious Oscar campaign. Could he be whatever the male version of an ingenue is?
Oh, yeah. Also, he's... we'd say we love a good superlative headline at the Post. He could be our last movie star. People are going to see movies because he's in them. Young people don't care about Bob Dylan, and yet they've gone to see this movie and really like it. So beyond him just being good, his campaign has been kind of delightful and hilarious. Going on SNL and being the musical guest and the host. Showing up at the Timothée Chalamet lookalike contest in Washington Square Park. So he also just won the SAG Award. 18 of the last 20 SAG Best Actor winners have gone on to win the Oscar. So he is giving Adrien Brody a run for his money, and I could see him winning instead of Adrien Brody for a 3-hour, 40-minute movie.
Would it be a surprise if Zoe Saldana and Kieran Culkin didn't win Best Supporting Actress and Actor for Amelia Perez in real pain.
For Kieran, if Kieran Culkin loses, I drop my wine glass to the floor and it shatters. He's won everything. Yeah. He is unstoppable. People love him. Yeah. Zoe Saldana, she also has won everything, but going back to the Amelia Perez controversy, ever since Oscar's so white, I think they're just afraid of controversy. Mm-hmm. But they like her. She's had a long career. She's good in it. There are good things in bad movies.
Yeah, and maybe we see these. Not that she's that old, but we see these career achievement awards all the time.
Yeah, and she's. I think it's actually just about 20 or 25 years since she had her debut in Fame.
Yeah.
So it's a big moment for her.
You mentioned Wicked. It's going to be one of these popular movies that maybe wins some technical stuff or costumes or whatever, but that's a thank you for playing movie, right?
Yeah, and that's what makes people question the Oscars' relevance, is when the movie that grossed the most money, which Wicked did, I think it's like 800 million, something like that. Mm-hmm. It's a participation prize like Barbie. I think Barbie had just about the most nominations last year and won Best Song, something like that. Wicked will have production design, things like that, but the Ariana Grande, no chance.
A couple more, just looking at the ballot. Adapted screenplay, I suppose Conclave is the favorite there. Original screenplay, maybe another one goes to Honora there. Yeah,
adapted screenplay might have had a race when Amelia Perez was formidable, but I would say it goes straight to Conclave. No one's going to say, Bob Dylan's memoir has been so well adapted. Right. And then an original... There is some question that the substance is a very clever movie. Mm-hmm. But, again, there's always this kind of quiet backlash to horror at the Academy, even though it's one of our most boundary-breaking genres.
Johnny Oleksinski, New York Post critic and entertainment reporter. Johnny, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. Edelman'sCoins.com. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. Have you thought about being part of the electrified era with a new all-electric vehicle? Whether you're looking for the new Honda Prologue or Acura ZDX, the award-winning Hyundai Ioniq 5, or the luxurious Genesis GV60, my friends at the Piazza Auto Group have you covered. Oh, we can't forget about the spacious Volkswagen ID4 or the thrilling Nissan Ariya. With available tax credits, complimentary charging options, and low finance rates, visit your local Piazza dealer now. PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President Trump meets today with Ukraine's Prime Minister Zelensky, expected to sign a rare earth minerals deal. Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller tells Fox's Hannity.
It creates a pathway for Ukraine to have American involvement and the security that comes with America's economic development in Ukraine. And at the same time, it repays America for all of the money that we've spent on Ukraine.
President Trump met with UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer yesterday discussing a ceasefire deal in the war on Ukraine.
The next step we're making is toward a very achievable ceasefire. We hope that can happen quickly.
Vatican reporting Pope Francis had a restful night after some clinical improvements as he is treated for a 15th night for double pneumonia in Rome. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Steph Curry reminded the NBA world Thursday night that he's the greatest three-point shooter in the history of the game. Curry went off in Orlando, scoring a season-high 56 points on 12 made three-pointers as the Warriors defeated the Magic 121-115. Curry has now made 10 or more three-pointers in a game 26 times, an NBA record, and his 12 threes were one shy of tying his career high. In the third quarter, Curry outscored the Magic by himself, pouring in 22 points after Golden State entered the half facing a 14-point deficit. With the victory, the Warriors have won 5 straight, and they are 7-1 since acquiring Jimmy Butler. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
As of right now, Travis Hunter has participated in everything of the combine this week, right? I think that's the case. He is about to be the star headline coming out of Indianapolis. The two-position star already. He's going to be doing workouts at wide receiver too. The quarterback aspect is where there's going to be a lot of buzz because some say he's a better corner. He's fit for corner in the league more than wide receiver. Others say he's got to prove more at corner. I'm here to say the Heisman Trophy winner is about to show up and ball out. And he's going to put on a show to where the buzz coming out of the combine is going to be Travis Hunter, #1 overall. I think that's because the top two quarterbacks in a weak quarterback class, they're not throwing, they're not doing anything here.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Starbucks, long known for its dark roast coffees, is embracing a lighter brew. It'll be launching the blonde roast coffee Sunsera next week. The company says it's a blend of the sun-dried coffees from Brazil and washed coffees from Colombia. Sweet Green is trying something new as well, French fries. The fast casual chain says it's been testing the item and will release its ripple fries this spring that will be air fried in avocado oil to keep with the chain's healthy eating mission. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are a bright spot in the Smucker's lineup, with its Uncrustables brand expanding. But overall sales last quarter were lower than expected due to disruptions in its pet foods division. Smucker's is also seeing some struggles with the Hostess brand that it purchased in 2023. It says people have less discretionary change in their pockets to go get snacks. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you know I have 4 sons? And to me, making sure that they know I earned a living honestly and ethically is paramount to who I am. This means if one of my technicians has a part or even an entire system needs to be replaced, it's because it's true and not because that technician has to hit some end-of-the-week quota. If my business practices aren't honest, how can I expect my boys to be? As Crosby, Stills, and Nash would say, teach your children well. Visit us at marvinekanze.com.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm: auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
We're always loving our McDonald's opening night t-shirt. Fans 15 and over can snag one at CBP on Wednesday, April 2nd when the Phils host the Rockies at 6:45. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. It's not too late to join the fun as a Phillies season ticket holder for the 2025 season. Gain access to exclusive price-saving benefits, great seat locations, and more. Visit Phillies.com/season for more info and to secure a plan today.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, February 28th, the final day of February. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers on a Farish Friday. Our buddy Sean Farish coming up at 7:45 from Tennessee. Oh, and what do we have to talk about today? Is there anything out there that we can discuss that was not revealed yesterday? Dawn Stenslin, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
You know, I'm going to be releasing some bombshells on Monday's show. Actually, I'm not. I'm just going to tease it, say I will, and then say I'm being played. Gregory, hello.
Hello. Hello.
Houston, hello.
Hello. Yeah, it's yesterday, I believe, I said it was going to be the flight logs that have been out since 2021 that were going to be released.
Close.
But luckily, social media influencers had binders, and they went to the White House to get said binders and then show them to everybody that, look, we have binders of information we already have.
Karine Jean-Pierre is gone. Now we have a new definition of the binder. The binder that people like Jack Posobiec were handed.
Well, let me ask you guys this. So, did I get this right, Dawn Stenslin, since theoretically you're a news person? Are we... Pam Bondi gave the FBI till 8 a.m. this morning?
That's correct.
Hopefully. Did she say hopefully? Remember how yesterday she was couching her words?
Yeah, and we sniffed that out. Well, Stocker, you kind of snuffed it out from Jump Street. We're going to revisit that clip coming up in the Big Take this morning. But maybe there will be some...
But it wasn't us. It was the FBI. Oh, a twist in the plan.
We're going to talk about it. Also, by the way... We've got some other incredible news. Very stark contrast to what we first thought and assumed with Gene Hackman. TMZ had an entirely different report from no foul play here.
By the way, I feel like I said this yesterday, too. I am on something. I am.
You're definitely on something. I'm just wondering if it's prescribed or not.
Fair point.
We'll get to that this
By the
morning.
way, getting back to the Epstein thing.
Yeah.
They released like a masseuse list or something like that. Literally, it was just a page of redactions. There was nothing on it.
Did you see
my
the
name
black
was on it, but that was not my phone number.
Did you see the one page with the black strip straight down the middle of the
That's
page?
the masseuse thing I'm talking about.
So that's page 1.
Yes.
Excuse me. It's massage therapist.
Sorry.
I said do not put a Sharpie through anything other than victim names.
Victims, yeah.
They took a whole ink cartridge from a printer and were like,
yeah.
You think I waste ink at Odyssey?
Here. If you're watching YouTube right now, here's my Epstein list right here. You see it?
There's nothing there.
There it is.
It's a magic trick.
There it
folks.
is. Look. The libs of TikTok. Here, you can have this now. There you go. You can show it to all your followers.
Also still ahead this morning, an amazing cut sheet that includes Joy Reid taking over. Well, actually, I take that back. Not Joy Reid. Joy Behar, but basically the same person. Joy Behar having to offer up a apology and also couch things legally on The View. Shades of Sonny Hostin, this time in reference to Elon Musk.
One more thing, too. Can I just, because I'm just,
yeah.
And then I'll shut up for.
Yeah, we will talk about this again coming up in 20 minutes after the big take if you want.
45 minutes.
If you want to hold your horses.
We should have just had a little spontaneous podcast of our group chat
Yeah.
at 8:30 or so last night, whatever that was.
But Andrew Tate is allowed back in this country, right? And he's in Florida, and he is speaking to the young Republicans in Florida. Did I hear that correctly? So,
I wonder what Sean Farish thinks about
some
that.
pedophiles bad, this pedophile okay. Is that what I'm getting? Is that what I'm gaining from this?
I got to be honest, and I know Farish was going off about it yesterday, and then he was getting attacked.
Kudos to him for having the balls to do it.
I'm going to be completely honest on the Tate front. That's a story that I know very little about, other than what you just said.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, some people are wrapped up in it. I'm not. There's not a curiosity or an attraction for me from a content standpoint to delve into. I mean, I'm willing to. I probably should have already. It's just one of those stories that, for whatever reason, you just don't keep up on. I think that's what. Is that one of those stories that just kind of lives on social media?
Yes, 100%.
I don't see it a ton in the mainstream news.
It's because it's not, because he's a creep,
right?
That was deported and now he's back in the country.
Okay.
So rest easy, parents.
All creeps out of the country.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Pedophiles.
Yeah.
By the
they
way,
should make me the pedophiles are.
You should. You'd be great
you know
at
what I mean? I'm serious.
You'd be 100% effective.
Sniff them out.
Yes, you
I
could.
can smell you.
You go, girl.
You need to just bring up Andrew Tate and let Sean Farish go off on it.
I will.
Amen.
I will. That's my interviewing style. 3 questions and then shut up. I'm the opposite of Hannity when it comes to interviewing people.
All right, I'm done now.
All right. Greg, I'll see you on Monday. Good show today, pal.
I just spilled my bucket 7 minutes and I have nothing else.
Holy crap!
Also this morning, the media trust in America, courtesy of Gallup, latest polling numbers show Americans have given us we now have a 50-year low in trusting the media. Plus, Doge dividends could become law very shortly. That is coming up this morning as well. All right, but let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:07, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Happy Friday and happy last day of February 28th, sponsored by Robert Half this morning. There's so much developing and breaking. I'll start locally for you because Philadelphia police announcing this, that a 4th teenager is under arrest in connection. Remember the shooting that happened last December, right around Christmas time, injuring 3 teenagers right near the ice rink at Dilworth Park outside Philadelphia City Hall. Mid-December, shots fired near 15th and Market Streets, Dilworth Park. And if you remember, even Mayor Sherelle Parker, everybody was very upset, spoke out about this because, of course, the city of Philadelphia was decked out. The Christmas tree, everything was so beautiful. And then this happened, and it was making national news. And people were afraid over the holidays even to go to Philadelphia City Hall, to go to those Christmas tree and Hanukkah celebrations, all of that. So In this one, we know more information. 2 14-year-old boys and a 15-year-old boy were all injured in that shooting. A 14-year-old boy in critical condition, while the 14-year-old, I'm just reminding you of what happened here, and this made national news. 14-year-old was taken to the hospital in stable condition, another 15-year-old in stable condition. The point here being, these are freshmen and sophomore kids in high school. And so that happened while people were just having fun for the holidays, getting ready, ice skating rink, shopping. Everything looked good. The holiday market right there at the Christmas Village, if you recall. And so now we know about the arrestees, the ones that the police have caught. They caught a 14-year-old boy, 2 16-year-old boys. They were arrested and charged in connection to this. And they were charged with aggravated assault, by the way. And then just yesterday, they did get a 17-year-old boy arrested in connection to this shooting, charged with aggravated assault, criminal conspiracy, as well as other related offenses. So it's important that we follow up on these types of stories to let you know, Philadelphia police, while we move on with all the other breaking news of the day, Philadelphia police, doing their promise and the mayor's promise. They wanted to find these individuals, make them accountable. My question this morning, and I don't have the answer, will at least the 17-year-old be charged as an adult?
I was just going to ask you that.
Okay.
Or are they being
Good
charged
question.
in the juvenile justice system?
Yeah.
I would hope, considering the magnitude of what happened, barring, incompetency or any type of mental disability, if they're competent, functional teenagers, charge them as adults. That's what I would do.
Yeah, especially like you're saying, Nick, a 17-year-old.
Oh, absolutely. You're darn near 18 anyway, so.
We have Philadelphia police this morning. They are investigating after an officer was injured. This officer, we're told, was struck by a vehicle as they were doing an investigation. This happened in West Philadelphia. And according to police, the officer is a 50-year-old man, police veteran, struck by this passing vehicle as he was doing a vehicle investigation, 6800 block of Haverford Ave. And so this was actually yesterday around midday. And so the question is, because remember, we have the laws, reinstated, I guess, within the past couple of years where you have to make sure that you move over in the lane. If there's any kind of a police investigation, fire investigation, you're required the move over law to get out of the way for that scene. So obviously somebody was driving, quite quickly right past the scene and striking this officer who is in stable condition. I mean, struck the officer and it was bad enough, damaged the door of the police vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
So
you ever see how many times
disrespect.
you're stuck in traffic or even in moving traffic and you are paying attention as a cautious and alert driver and the sirens are on behind you and they're coming up, whether it's an ambulance or a police car or a firefighter truck, and the other people that are behind you in your rear view mirror are completely oblivious to it and they haven't moved over to the shoulder, whether it's their music is too loud or they're on the phone, they're smoking weed, whatever it might be. Hey, I would just plow through those people. Those people should automatically be cited for not getting on the shoulder fast enough. Get the heck out of the way.
Amen. We have some good news, and this is a Camden County police officer we've talked about this week. Remember, he was stabbed in the line of duty. Well, he has been released from the hospital and received a real hero's welcome. This is Officer Joshua McKnight, released from Cooper University Hospital. He was stabbed in the line of duty. And this was, I think, the first story that I reported 6 a.m. Monday morning, and we talked a lot about it. He was doing a business check in Camden, so he's okay. And they all line up, all of the officers lining up in that blue line, saluting he saluted his brothers and sisters while he was wheeled out in the wheelchair there, as they were just grateful that he's going home to recover now. So we're grateful for that. The guy accused of stabbing him is under arrest, 38-year-old Richard Dennis, quickly arrested and facing these charges. And I know moving forward this morning, Nick and I were talking about this last night. Today is the funeral of Officer Andrew Duarte. And I know Nick had some comments to say, but that funeral is today at 11 a.m., shot in a Pennsylvania hospital here.
Yep. And
called a hero. He was a human shield for I know many nurses and medical professionals.
I was just going to ask you, just from a refresher standpoint, that was central to Western PA?
Yeah, in York. And his mom, I'd actually interviewed his mom, Nancy, which might be surprised. She wants people to know that her son, 30 years young, It's her only, they're the couple's only child.
Yeah.
And she just said that was his spirit. He wanted to go into law enforcement, believed in, just helping people. And so he was called there to the hospital when a crazed gunman went in and was holding medical professionals hostage.
Yeah, that transpired over, one of the weekends in the last couple
weekend,
of weeks.
Yeah. So today is that funeral, and I know we'll have more details, but that's 11 o'clock this morning. Gene Hackman, the headline that I want to get through this so that we can get to the big take, but there is news since we met. This broke yesterday, maybe mid-morning, that the deaths of legendary actor Gene Hackman, his wife Betsy, now they're saying that their deaths, this was not some kind of an accident. This seems to be suspicious enough in nature to require quite a thorough investigation, as they were found. We told you yesterday in their New Mexico home.
She was mummified.
Yeah.
Mummified?
Well,
her parts of her hands and feet were mummified, meaning that, it's probably because of the weather there in Santa Fe, but God only knows how long they've been there. There was a report yesterday that I saw that the last person to see them alive, or like a friend of theirs, saw them in January.
Oh, wow.
So not saying that they were there for a month,
right?
But that was the last person to say that's the last time they saw them.
Well, they've been saying that Hackman hasn't really been coming out of his house for the last couple of years too frequently.
He's 95.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I don't come out of my house a lot either.
Yeah.
I'm 41.
Yeah, it's by the way, did you guys hear the 911 call?
No. Do we have it for the cut sheet?
We can play it right now.
Oh, okay.
Are you with the patient now?
I'm sorry?
Are you with the patient now?
Patient?
Yeah, I'm over at their property. There's no address here. So I have to meet the ambulance or the police, whoever, down at the gatehouse. I'll bring them up here.
Okay. How old is the patient?
I have no idea.
You don't know? Okay, that's fine. Is the patient a male or a female?
A female and a male, probably. I don't know, sir. Just send somebody up here real quick.
Okay. Are they awake?
I have no idea.
Are they breathing?
Were they in different rooms?
I have no idea. I'm not inside the house. It's closed. It's locked. I can't go in. But I see them. She's laying down on a floor from the window.
Okay. Okay.
And only one of
They
them.
appear to be completely awake.
On the way?
Do they appear to be awake or alert?
No, it's not.
Okay. Okay. Did you hear them talk or cry?
No.
Okay.
Dude, they're laying on the ground.
I hear the dogs barking.
Are they moving at all?
No, dude, they're not moving. Just send somebody up here really quick.
Okay, my units are on their way, okay?
Are they cooking breakfast in their underwear?
He finally is like, no,
Yeah.
dude.
One of the dogs, the German Shepherd, was dead, but the two others were alive.
Well, that's the weird thing. It
Yeah.
sounds like they have one of those doggy doors. Maybe that's part of it. But what's weird to me is that these are German Shepherds. They had 3 German Shepherds. One was in a closet.
Yeah.
In a closed closet. And then Betsy was in the bathroom. They said there were some pills that were spilled. And then Gene Hackman's body was found in another room.
Yeah.
But the dog in the closet, then the other 2 dogs, one's in the yard, one is, I guess, running back and forth between in the house and out in the yard.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Hackman realized he was going to be revealed on the Epstein list as well.
So
Oh, wait.
my guess is that he died, and then she took pills to kill herself.
If there is suspicious activity like they say, my guess is whoever allegedly committed this act stuffed one of the dogs in the closet.
I don't think.
I mean, the thing about it is,
Why would a dog be in a closet?
They're saying that this was not, the gas company was called out. They were saying there was not a gas leak.
Yes.
But there was a space heater near her body tipped over. Was this a case where there was some kind of a carbon monoxide or something strange, and then they're getting they're getting up and stumbling around. I don't know. That's why it's just strange enough that they need to investigate.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it just adds to the tragedy of the whole thing.
All right.
I should mention to you, headlining for you, the Philadelphia City Council overwhelmingly approving a resolution to condemn President Donald J. Trump for portraying himself and acting like a king. So this was the big accomplishment out of Philadelphia City Hall. They've declared him, condemning him for acting like a king.
Another reason not to live in this godforsaken city and pay taxes.
Kind of a strange.
Yeah.
So, the resolution references a White House post of the commander-in-chief wearing a crown with the words, "Long live the king." It's kind of a bizarro thing. It was making national news.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange, if you will.
Yeah. Well, it's Philadelphia. Par for the course, actually.
We've got that going on, yeah. And so we also do have a judge's ruling, and in this one, this has to do with Donald J. Trump, all of his executive orders. And so in this one, this is a judge out west who has now ruled, directed, if you will, the judge instructing the Office of Personnel Management to communicate to the Department of Defense today ahead of the expected probationary terminations of federal employees that they're ruling that they are invalid. So all of these executive orders are essentially making their way up, weaving their way up, if you will, to the Supreme Court of the United States. But this was a federal judge yesterday ordering specifically the Office of Personnel Management to rescind the earlier instructions telling federal agencies to, quote, promptly determine whether these employees should be retained at the agency. So this has to do with the January 20th memo that we've talked a lot about, a February 14th internal email talking about federal employees being let go and who has the right or not to say that they, why they should be fired. And that's in contention as well. So we got that going on. On a little bit of a lighter note, there is, do you guys remember the big roller coaster ride? And this is King Ka. This is today is expected in our area to the Six Flags Great Adventure implosion, if you will, of King Ka today. So you can watch it if you please at Six Flags. But
and it's what, Jersey?
It's in Jersey.
Okay.
It's being imploded.
Just the whole park or just the ride?
Oh no! Just King Ka roller coaster, and it's going to happen between 9 and 10 o'clock today.
Cool.
So they're streaming live.
Are they? All right, Phil, find that stream because I want to have it for later on in the show.
Yes, as somebody who's anti-roller coaster.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Take it down.
It's the best news you reported all morning, Don.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And stick Bondi and Patel in there as well.
Oh, jeez.
Nick is chomping at the bit to do this big take, so we got a break.
Okay, so we got to do Robert Half, 9 out of 10. I know there's so much news today.
Yeah.
9 out of 10, hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. So Robert Half is here to help, and they're recruiting professionals. They're great. They're going to utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. We've just begun. This is the news, Kayal and Company News Live.
That's right. We're just getting warmed up, baby. Epstein, empty promises on the other side. A Friday big take is coming up next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3 has been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when buying a 1 bottle of Rescue Omega-3s. Get a second bottle free. OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Your old or broken phone can let you down, but at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence with a new line on My Plan and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. After all, you don't want your old phone to die on you when you're lost.
Perfect.
Or for your broken phone to glitch at the worst possible time.
Hey, can I get your number? Oh.
Trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
PNC Private Bank knows that anything can happen on the gridiron, and being prepared goes a long way. It's not so different with your wealth. Whether you are looking to grow it over time, planning business succession, or integrate charitable giving, having a dedicated local team of specialized advisors who take a calculated, disciplined approach to managing your wealth leads to a lot of wins. The PNC Private Bank team knows that just like in football, that kind of preparation is good for your financial game. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
628, Kayal and Company. It is a huge Friday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. So many huge stories to get into. And it begins with a Friday edition. Last one of the week, last one of February. One last Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. Empty Epstein promises, a whole bunch of nothing burgers, more questions than answers, at least for now. You know, normally when I deliver a Big Take, it's with 99% conviction. Is everything black and white? No. Are there times where the gray area is the truth? Yes. But I normally have a good read on a situation, try to back it up with data, facts, some sound bites, and some opinion. Doesn't make me correct every time. Whether you agree or not really my concern, but I give you my honest opinion on every single story, then we debate and we discuss. When it pertains to the revelations, or lack thereof, from Thursday's anticipated Epstein files release, I'm very much disappointed. I'm torn, but I'm still willing to be patient for an extended period of time here, just enough for more details to emerge. Maybe those will come to light at 8 o'clock this morning. We know the FBI is corrupt as hell. We've known it for 9 years, and we have 9 years worth of proof to revisit, to justify and validate those claims, from Comey to Wray and everybody in between. But the other side of the coin is worth examining as well. Did Pam Bondi jump the gun? Will the Trump administration let us down? As Dawn Stensland would say, are we all getting played? I was told no redactions. I was told full transparency. We didn't get that yesterday. And you could call it phase one. You can call it the release of the binders. Call it what you will. But yesterday was a failure to live up to what you said you would do. I said on this show many times, I don't want to see Sharpies blacking out names, short of those names being victims, of course. You look on social media, and yesterday, forget Sharpies, you will see page one fully blacked out. And then the, quote, right-wing Twitter influencers handed binders before the American public. Then throw in the story of how the FBI is not only allegedly holding up the Epstein files or destroying evidence, but the Thomas Matthew Crooks story has taken on new revelations as reports come out that there were others involved in a coordinated effort to kill Donald Trump. That's at least one insider's opinion. What's real? What's not? What's partially true? What is a smokescreen meant to divide and distract? Let's try to make sense of it and educate on the latest details. Here's what we know. Wednesday night, Pam Bondi went on Jesse Waters' primetime on Fox News. We played the clip for you yesterday on the show, but let's play it again to set the stage and refresh. Listen and watch.
A lot of people are wondering, because you said last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk, is when can we see them and what's taking so long to release them?
I do. Jesse, there are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims. 200. So we have, well over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. But other than that, I think tomorrow, the personal information of victims. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released by my office.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the flights? Are we going to see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
Yeah, what you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information, but it's pretty sick what that man did.
Okay, well,
along with his co-defendant.
You've said you have all these details, Pam. You say it's gruesome. Honestly, with all due respect, sadly, most of us don't care about the victims' names. We care about exposing the pigs. Just being honest. We want the meat. We want the juice. You went on TV and you sold a bill of goods, yet you didn't deliver. Point blank, period. I like to say you wrote checks with your mouth that your ass didn't cash. But I know the FBI is corrupt, so I give you somewhat the benefit of the doubt. But you won't keep that for long with me if you don't give us more than just phase one, which we already know about. Thursday, we also found out that Pam Bondi was super pissed that the FBI, with the Southern District of New York and the field office, is allegedly playing hardball and is downright tainted, corrupted, and full of rot. Reports are as follows. Attorney General Pam Bondi launching an investigation after the FBI field office in New York allegedly withheld thousands of Epstein documents. Bondi says a source has come forward claiming the field office has thousands of pages of docs. Quote, I repeatedly questioned whether this was the full set of documents responsive to my request and was repeatedly assured by the FBI that we had received the full set of documents, end quote. Late yesterday, Pam Bondi learned from a source that the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of Epstein. Quote, despite my repeated requests, the FBI never disclosed the existence of these files. When you and I spoke yesterday, you were just as surprised as I was to learn this new information, end quote. This whole thing stinks to high hell. Somebody's lying here. Somebody's playing us. Either the Epstein stuff is completely exaggerated with the names that need to be released, or this is one of the biggest cover-ups in the history of America. Perhaps bigger than JFK, MLK, RFK, 9/11, Trump, July 13th, on and on and on we go. Perhaps because of the people alive in politics, the power players, perhaps the big names in Hollywood, and any other of our corrupted American institutions. Dan Bongino, now second in command with the FBI under Kash Patel, he said this a few months ago, a while back on his show. Listen and watch this.
The Ghislaine Maxwell case, we have an update on that from the Telegraph. Turns out, headline, evidence from Jeffrey Epstein's safe went missing after an FBI raid. Court hears in Ghislaine Maxwell trial. Folks, listen, I have over a decade of experience as a federal agent myself. Who cares? Yeah, look at me, experience. I'm just telling you to prove bona fides here. I have processed hundreds, if not thousands of pieces of evidence throughout my law enforcement career. I don't know how you would lose evidence. Let me explain to you how evidence works. You serve a search warrant in Jeffrey Epstein's house, and let's say, for example, you find videotapes or DVDs or whatever it may be. You then take them, you tag them, you note where you found them. In many cases, you take pictures. In most cases now, you take pictures of where you found them. You catalog them in evidence envelopes so you can't tamper with them, right? You seal the envelope. You sign the envelope. It then comes back with you in custody, and it goes back typically, well, in the Secret Service, to an evidence vault, which is a big, like, bank safe in the office. To go in the evidence vault, you have to sign in. To sign out the evidence, you have to sign out the specific piece of evidence. How the hell do you lose evidence in a case this big? Is it lost? Was it lost, if you get what I mean?
Again, let me reiterate, I'm probably 65-35 on the side that the FBI is tainted as hell and are suppressing evidence to protect the lives of many, including themselves, but who truly knows? Now, here was Donald Trump on Fox and Friends in June of 2024 when asked about the Epstein files and other secret cases that Americans want transparency on. Listen and watch this.
Some people think that one way to build trust is to declassify things that everyone's talking about. I know you talked earlier about, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. So if you were president, would you declassify, you can answer yes or no to these, would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died. It would be interesting to find out what happened there because that was a weird situation and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one.
Emphatic on others, but a little hesitancy there on Epstein. Did you notice that? I would think if Trump was shot at, that releasing the Epstein files with full transparency is no big deal. but maybe he's afraid to. And I'm not implying that he's involved in any corrupt activity with Epstein, but maybe there's so many powerful people that are on this list that he doesn't want to put his name towards. Maybe he really is being stonewalled by the FBI. None of us really know the truth. But here's a point-blank question I would love to ask Cash and Bongino and Bondi and Trump. And it goes like this. Yes or no? Does the FBI have in possession or have ever seen evidence of pictures or video of well-known public figures engaging in sexually deviant acts with minors or even adults against their own will on Epstein Island? It's a simple question with a yes or no answer. Rep. Scott Perry, Republican from Pennsylvania, was on with Rich Zeoli yesterday. He had this to say on 1210 WPHT. Listen and watch.
Well, look, I'd like to say that I know more, but believe it or not, the Intelligence Committee is not focused on some of those things right now, and we're happy that the Attorney General and soon, I'm sure the FBI Director and his deputy are going to be focused on these, because this is information that, look, unless it has some national security nexus, it's in the public's interest to know this stuff. This is our government. It's not theirs. But if it does have a national security interest, how is it that what I think we need to be able to ask legitimately, without embarrassment and without trepidation, what was worth it to allow a known pedophile operate at that level for as long as he did? What was the value that we got for allowing this known pedophile to abuse these people? And so we need to see the ledger here of what makes that so valuable, and then maybe us dumb people that go to work every morning and pay our taxes and head to church on Sunday morning and eat a breakfast or a dinner with our family on the weekends. Like, tell us dumb people why we're too stupid to figure that out on our own with this information.
Scott mentioned Pam and Cash by title, and it appears there's already a rift between those two. Fox News, of all places, with the headline, AG Pam Bondi sends fiery note to Cash Patel, accusing the FBI of withholding thousands of pages of Jeffrey Epstein docs. In fairness to Cash as well as Pam, both have been in their roles for less than a month. The FBI didn't just destroy or withhold evidence, folks, last night or this week. They knew this was coming. Trump talked about this for months and months. They probably started allegedly destroying or withholding information weeks, if not months ago. And then the final curveball was this a smokescreen yesterday? Perhaps. The New York Post reporting, quote, would-be Trump assassin Thomas Crooks may have had an accomplice, data shows, as investigators say the FBI, surprise, surprise, is suppressing information. They write the following. Sources told the New York Post that the FBI has obstructed efforts to solve the mystery of why Thomas Matthew Crooks, who left no manifesto, did what he did. It's left local law enforcement as well as Crooks' former friends, classmates, and teachers frustrated. A veteran private investigator from Erie, Pennsylvania, who was hired shortly after the fateful July 13th event at Butler Farm to look into Crooks by a private client, told the New York Post he believes a, quote, criminal network was operating with him at the time of the assassination attempt and is still in existence and still wants to kill Donald Trump. Doug Hagman, whose team of 6 other investigators have been working the case for months and have interviewed more than 100 people, said that they also conducted extensive geofencing analysis of cell phones and tablets not belonging to Crooks that were found with him at his home, at the rifle range where he took target practice, at the rally, and also at Bethel Park High School, where he graduated in 2022. Quote, we don't think he acted alone. This took a lot of coordination. In my view, Crooks was handled by more than one individual, and he was used for this assassination attempt. And I wouldn't preclude the possibility that there were people at the rally itself helping him. Hagman said one of his electronic devices, geolocated with Crooks at several different places at the time of the shooting, get this, folks, it's still pinging today, and it's pinging at Bethel Park High School. Hagman said he was personally escorted to the Butler County line and told to leave twice during the course of his team's investigation. FBI officials who served under Joe Biden assessed Crooks' phone, computer, and encrypted messaging apps in Belgium, New Zealand, and Germany, according to National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. However, they have been very tight-lipped about what they found. Folks, it is February 28th, 2025. We are still no closer to understanding July 13th, and we are no closer to knowing the names on the Epstein list. Maybe that changes in an hour and 17 minutes with the 8 a.m. Friday deadline from Pam Bondi. But we, the people, are being denied the truth. And, well, the reality is we're being provided plenty of content for talk radio. I guess I should be happy with the latter. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. We're going to delve into this. We're going to break it down. We're going to get everybody's thoughts, reaction, analysis on the other side. And we'll take your calls as well. Your thoughts yesterday from the Big Nothing Burger from Pam Bondi. 855-839-1210. We roll on with this conversation next on Kayal and Company.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
Hey, it's big! Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com and start your free trial. That's NewsmaxPlus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit OliverHeatCool.com. OliverHeatCool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit. Credit for deciding while stuck in traffic to get a bachelor's degree. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. Students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's. And graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. Flexible online and hybrid classes start March 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Attention small business owners needing financing. Swish Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as 1 business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State basketball this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof game plan.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. $6:50 Friday morning. It's Kayal and Company. When we tease and promote something and say we are going to do something, we deliver for you. Yesterday, not the case with the Bondi
Wasn't our fault.
administration. Good God. All right, I've spilled my bucket. Dawn Stensland, your thoughts yesterday on everything that transpired and did not transpire.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm obsessed with stories like this.
So am
and I think Greg, you've watched the documentaries on this, right?
Sure.
So this is the kind of this is right up like my alley. So I've long believed that in fact Jeffrey Epstein was either he started out as like a freaky guy, and then law enforcement, CIA, intelligence agencies stumbled upon him and realized, oh man, this guy's got a great setup. He's got all these people, some of them very wealthy, some of them very prominent, and they're coming to his little hideaway island, and he's videoing them. So this is like, we don't even have to do much. We just have to lean on Epstein, let him do his nasty little deeds, but as long as he gives us the goods, basically he works for us in that regard, then the intelligence agencies have this ability to blackmail world leaders, and it's for the greater good.
Sure.
And, if you look back in time, there have been allegations of this, that's nothing new. But I'll just give you one name, because I was thinking, why? Okay, as far as Trump, when he was asked about it, why did he kind of hesitate? Why didn't he say, yeah, release it all? Because one of the names that has been out there for a while was the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. That he dozens of times, right, prominent individual, passed away, right, and now think of the Dersh, Alan Dershowitz, who was alleged at one point to be a little freaky,
and his own name too. Like, let's not whitewash over that, and Donald Trump's own name too, right? Let's not whitewash over that.
Donald Trump back, yes, Epstein was at Mar-a-Lago,
yes,
and there are pictures of him with, I know, back in the day with Melania, and then something happened. I mean, this is quite a while ago. This was like before, this was going way back, right?
2017, I think. Or maybe
I think it was
before.
way before that.
Yeah, there was a falling out.
Something happened where, and we joked about, I think we joked about it, didn't we? That maybe Epstein hit on Ivanka when she was because Ivanka would have been like a teenage girl at this time.
Or Trump found out that there's a lot of
Something
really
creepy.
sick stuff going on there, and he distanced himself.
So not just distanced himself, Epstein wasn't allowed to come to Mar-a-Lago.
Right.
So something happened at Mar-a-Lago, but I also think that the Israeli connection is significant. And so Greg, the fact that Ehud Barak visited Epstein's place allegedly, and there's video of that, whatever,
I think there's
36 times.
I think there's just way higher
Let me ask you
up
guys-
people than Ehud. I'm not discrediting what you're saying, Dawn. I think there's people that we would sit there and say, aha, I knew it. Oh, my. Like, I'm not going to say names because I don't want to implicate names, but we went through the odds yesterday. I think those power people, some of the most wealthy, powerful power players of our global institutions are involved.
But it has to do with, so it all goes together, right? Thinking about the ways that there's dark money. So if the CIA, they got to get money, so there are arms deals. So when you talk about the ties specifically to these different countries like Israel, and somebody as powerful and a former Israeli prime minister, Ehud Barak, and that name keeps coming up, and then the arms race, and was Epstein involved at some point in illegal gun trafficking? I mean, all of this kind of goes together. So I'm just saying that I think that there were some big names on this list of important allies, and I think that Trump perhaps knows that or has a whiff of that, and so he's like, I don't really want to mess with that. But I'll get to the other piece. So that's something that I've thought for a long time, and now I absolutely believe that Epstein, if anybody had any doubt, that there's way more to this, obviously. So then that brings forth this question. Why did Pam Bondi choose this? Of all the things in the world, why promise this? And so then on top of it, just take your office, or take like us, the three of us. Let's say Greg Stocker says, we're going to release something.
Mm-hmm.
So then he brings in, he says, hey, let's bring in Anthony DiRenzo and Daniel Valdez. Can you help make some binders? And we've got an idea. We're going to print this stuff out, and you got to do hole punches on every page. You got to put together binders, and we're going to bring in some influencers, some different media. And so we're going to do this and have this photo op. We're going to show that we're different. We're outside the box. So just imagine Greg Stocker's running this, right?
Mm-hmm.
At some point, doesn't Anthony DiRenzo, Daniel Valdez, and Greg Stocker look at what's in the binder and go, this is all old newspaper clippings and like a phone list, like handwritten. This is not what we were told, right? Because you're printing out. You got people printing things out. They have to do. They do the whole. Put it in the thing.
Right.
Do the 3-hole punch. Put it in the binder. At some point, doesn't somebody say, the first 44 pages of this is just like old newspaper clips. You could have gotten this years ago.
This is like us recirculating the fact that we launched a YouTube channel. Like our consumer base already knows we have a YouTube channel.
So doesn't it make Pam Bondi, first of all, it's embarrassing to her, and the fact that she admitted yesterday that she was surprised. There's an old saying in business, you never as a boss want to be surprised, and you don't want to admit it, but you never want your boss to allow to be surprised, right?
Yeah.
You never want that to happen. The fact that she admitted that is a rookie thing. It's a very bad look. And the fact that she or somebody who serves her and works for her didn't go to her and say that, all of that, it's a very bad look, and it's embarrassing.
It is. Stocker?
So a lot of things here. First of all, I have no doubt in my mind that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel want everything released, because this has been a big thing for both of them. And I take them both at face value that they want these released. So somebody, somewhere is preventing all of this from coming out somewhere,
Reportedly the FBI.
Yes.
Agreed. Okay, so reportedly it's the FBI.
The New York office specifically.
The SDNY doesn't want, yes, agreed. And we do know that there's corruption, especially at that SDNY. We do know there's all kinds. My question is that did they just get ahead of their skis? And they just got caught up in like, hey, we're going to release everything, and here it is. And, oh, wait, we have to go through these legal machinations, and we have to do this.
Well, they telegraphed it. They've been calling their shot and advertising and marketing it.
So, Greg, what are you saying? That either she and Kash are being disingenuous with the public, and they just went ahead with this, or she was really they did get ahead of their skis.
Somebody snitched. I mean, it's like the movies, right? Hey, we're going to raid this building in 6 weeks. And then all the little miscreants are out there like, hey, let's empty out this building because they told us in 6 weeks they're going to raid us. And then you get there and you look for the raid and the whole building is empty. All the files are gone. That's what happened probably.
My one
Which
question
do you
is,
think, Greg? Which do you think? Are they being disingenuous with us?
No,
Or were they...
I don't think I do. In my heart of hearts, I believe Pam Bondi and Kash Patel want the Epstein thing released. I think there's something stopping them, and I don't think it's the FBI.
Higher up
I
people
agree.
than that.
I think it's some of the other agencies. It's intelligence.
Okay.
Other
Sure.
Who do you think it's Trump?
No. I'm just saying let's keep blaming these agencies that there's no face to put on. Like just these agencies, it's like, well, it's the FBI, well, it's the SDNY. There's no face to put on this.
So
you know what I mean?
then
So it's very
deep
easy.
state.
Yes, it's very easy to say, well, it's this agency, it's
Okay.
that agency.
So,
So then there's no accountability.
So do you think it's the Clintons? Like who do you think? Name a name then.
Is it Bill Gates? Yeah, all these names that are on that list. Those people, I know Himmel's going to get mad. They have a lot of stroke.
These are the most wealthy and powerful people on the planet that were there. We are never going to know these names. Let me repeat that again. We are never going to know these names because of the stroke and the power of these
Greg?
people.
Because
they really believe that they thought they could get it done.
Well, that's not good. That's not good. That the head of the FBI, right? These are big jobs, and if they're that naive, like. I'm not kidding you. If Daniel Valdez, who we all adore, of course, but young Daniel, right, just got done with college and now is right?
Yeah,
if Daniel had been in charge of even the printouts of this, he would have had more street sense to go to somebody and say, you realize you don't have this and this is going to be an embarrassment.
Yeah.
And my point to you is, I mean, my teenager could have told you that.
Well, I was just blown away. I mean, the amount of people that normally really carry Trump's administration's water on social media yesterday, short of those that were invited to the White House to get their binders.
Was that Scott Pressler, by the way?
Yeah, there was a bunch of them there. But there was also a lot that did not get invited that were very critical. I mean, and you'll hear Sean directly at 7:45, but I watched one of his videos last night. He said, I did not vote for this. So remember, if you're going to be objective and fair, when we're all defending Doge and saying, this is what we voted for, we wanted the IRS and all these agencies gutted, Sean actually had the stones to say, I did not vote for this, Pam Bondi. I did not vote for this, Donald Trump. You told me, and you did not deliver yet. Very interesting. And then lastly, just real quick, because I know we're up against it.
Yeah, we're over it.
We're over it. We're up, we're over, we're underwater, the whole thing, but it's great. So, have any of you ever seen a very prominent anti-Trump person on social media by the name of Ron Filipkowski?
Yes.
He's always railing against Trump. He's very pro-Biden.
Yeah.
And this is the amazing point of where we're at. He tweeted, what a joke. So the big reveal on the Epstein files is that some of them were given to a group of right-wing social media operatives. They turn everything into a clown show. To which Laura Loomer says today, I am in agreement with Ron Filipkowski. When the left and the right come together to call something out, it's time for some serious reflection. Loomer's probably butthurt. She didn't get a binder and was invited. But let's just discredit that little tidbit right there. When you have a far left and a far right social media, quote, influencer in agreement over something like the Epstein files, I think the rest of us, as we the people, should be like, and this is my view. Again, I don't know. I'm going to kind of give Pam the benefit of the doubt because I do think the FBI is loaded with corrupt skunks. But we have been played. Dawn, you say it all the time. We are being played. We did poll questions. We went through the odds. What 42% chance Ellen DeGeneres shows up on the list. We're all being played. Now, it's content for us, so I don't know that I'm necessarily being professionally played. But personally, wanting to see it, we're being played.
But the truth is, and the truth is that this involved a scumbag and a group of scumbags who got away with raping kids.
Yep.
And it's gross and it's disgusting.
And sadly, we don't care about that, honestly, right?
And that's so this whoever I don't. If I'm Pam Bondi, I'm sorry, but if I'm Pam Bondi, I'm firing whoever. I'm firing some people today.
Yeah.
This is like disgusting.
Where's
It's
Doge
horrible.
when you need him?
There needs to, well, again, with getting ahead of your skis,
That's
Doge did too. They're like, well, we accidentally canceled this, but we put it back on. And now Elon Musk is begging air traffic controllers that were in retirement to come out of retirement to help us out. So there's a pattern here of people getting in over their head with this stuff.
Wait a minute. The air traffic controller situation is because we've had years of DEI and hiring problems and defund the police, and they're asking people who retired maybe years ago or got disgusted and to come back.
Come on back, people. Johnny. I know you're 78 and you can barely speak, but come on back.
These could be, Greg, you can retire. Look at the age that you can retire.
Yeah.
You could be in your mid-40s. You could be your age and retire from it and go on to something else.
My one question is, and we just completely, the clock today is
7:03.
just ridiculous. My question is these binders that were released with the flight logs that we already knew from 2021. I mean, there's a lot of names on those flight logs that really doesn't show anything because just because you flew on the plane doesn't necessarily mean you went to the island or were taking part in this. He had a private jet that he chartered and he would let big and powerful people go. My question is the binder that the influencers got, was Trump's name on there or was Trump's name not in there? You know what I mean? Because he was in the original one. So in the binder that these influencers got, was Trump's name in there?
That I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
We should find that out.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like yesterday all we got was a bunch of fluff that nobody truly cared. And to be honest, I don't even want binders. Here's what I want: that island was wired from top to bottom, audio, video. Where are the tapes? That's what I care about. Forget logs. I want to know, did person X step foot on that island? And if they did, then show us the surveillance of what they were doing. It's a simple request. And if you can't answer that question with a yes or a no, then you lose all credibility. Or you're covering something up, or you're fearful of for your own life. I mean, it's really that simple. I think people can be whacked like that if they spill the beans on this. That's how big I think it is.
Can we, since we've blown through breaks here, Dawn, can you just give us a few headlines with your sponsor, and then we should break again since we blew through news?
Absolutely.
Blew through a lot.
I'm shot. He's going to have a cigarette while I do news a little bit, okay? So let's talk about our sponsor this Friday morning. This is February 28th, last day of February, and we are sponsored this morning by Robert Half in Kayal and Company News Live. So locally in the news, we have Philadelphia City Hall. They met yesterday, and they have declared that Donald J. Trump, they're criticizing Trump, and proclaimed that he is not the king. Unfortunately, we don't have a soundbite with that, with audio, because that would be rich, would it not?
Oh, it would be.
We've got that going on. We have the Trump administration removing student loan repayment applications from the Education Department website. We have Six Flags Great Adventure to implode King Dakar today. So we're watching that implosion that's supposed to happen within the next 2 hours this morning, and we're talking about that. We have the fourth arrest of a teenager who is accused of injuring 3 teens and shattering a beautiful holiday display, shopping, ice skating that happened here in Philadelphia. So 4th teen arrested, and that, according to Philadelphia police, completes their search for those suspects. We had an officer injured, struck by a vehicle in West Philadelphia during a hit and run, searching for that hit and run driver, and the officer recovering. So much to talk about today with a mild forecast, but 10 degrees cooler today, 50 degrees, but bright sunny skies, back up to 60 for your tomorrow, and then down to a chill. So we're Sunday is going to be a chilly day, so definitely Saturday's the better day. Robert Half is our sponsor this morning. 9 out of 10 hiring managers having some difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. They're recruiting professionals utilizing an award-winning AI. Connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. One last little tidbit to the FBI story here that we've been talking about this morning, and then I want to mention, I think you might have this later for the big three, Dawn, so if you do, I'll hold off on it. The old Al Sharpton DEI economy blackout boycott plan for today. We'll touch on that. But this is a headline that came out yesterday. FBI Director Kash Patel is now considering having UFC train agents in martial arts, say the people familiar with the plan. Reuters writes the following. FBI Director Kash Patel is considering bringing in trainers from the UFC to beef up agents and their martial arts and self-defense skills, according to 4 people familiar with the plan laid out on a call this week with FBI field offices. The newly appointed director discussed the idea during his first video conference call with the Bureau's 55 field office supervisors on Wednesday, said the people who were granted anonymity to discuss this. 2 people briefed on the matter said current FBI agents described the idea as surreal and wacky. I would say this. Look, do I want badass agents? Yes. But after all of this with the FBI, with Pam Bondi, with Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, why don't we just focus on getting law enforcement intelligence and snuffing out? And you know really what I want? I mean, seriously, and I think Sean's going to echo these sentiments later this morning. I want these people arrested. These people that are defying Pam Bondi, that are defying Donald Trump, if that's true, if this is not a smokescreen to just throw the blame on the FBI, Americans don't trust them anyway. These people need to be arrested or fired.
But here's my thing, is that I've started this off by saying I do believe that Kash Patel and Pam Bondi want this released. So if Kash Patel is the head of the FBI, who in the FBI is thwarting this? Because he has the ultimate power, doesn't he?
I agree with you for the most part, and I'll somewhat play devil's advocate here. You know, a lot of people talk a good game to get into a position, to get elected. And for the most part, the Trump administration for 38 days so far, they've delivered on a lot of promises. I mean, you know, have they been perfect? No, we're still waiting for the economy. That's going to take longer.
Yeah, people forget we're a month in, right?
Right, we are only 38 days in.
Yeah.
That being said, I mean, Kash Patel, and I get it. Some of it's tongue in cheek. You're on a podcast. You're shooting your mouth off. Guilty as charged. On day 1, I'm going to turn the Hoover Building into a museum. It's day 13. Is the museum open? Can I buy tickets yet, Kash? I'm busting balls here. But even a guy like Kash Patel, as loyal as he's been to Trump, as hell bent as he is on returning the agency to its mission statement, I think there are some people that certainly know more than they say, and they look out for their bottom line and their greater good. You think Kash Patel wants to get whacked?
A couple instant feedback on Twitter here. Signs of Autumn says, I'm wondering if Bondi is getting Clinton-type threats right now. Clinton-type threats right now over Epstein. You end up dead with a shot in the center of your back, and it's considered suicide. I mean, she's not wrong.
Not wrong.
Now, I thought that in this latest news dump, I thought that the Trump on the flight log thing, they're saying that he is on it. From the 1993, he was with Marla Maples.
Who?
Trump.
On the flight log to where?
Mm-hmm. October 11th, 1993.
Epstein didn't own that island in 93, I don't think. What flight log to where?
Trump's name appears multiple times. October 11th, 1990. Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah.
Epstein owned Epstein Island in 1993.
Well, it might not have been called that, but that's what
he owned that.
It was never called that. It was just what it was dubbed.
I got it. Yeah. By the way, it sold a few years ago for $60 million.
But yeah, it was October 11th, 1993. There's a flight log that says with Epstein, Trump. It was in the early to mid 90s.
Okay.
And with Marla Maples and Tiffany was a baby.
David Gallagher writes in and says, Pam Bondi looks like Geraldo opening Capone's vault.
That's a good one.
MAGA Man says, regarding your big take, Nick, can you give them a chance to settle into the job still above and beyond what you could have ever expected from Biden? The corruption in the FBI is far deeper than anyone knew. Bitch all you want. Didn't hear you this aggressive of Joe.
I don't.
What show have you been listening to, bro?
I don't think I was overly. I had more questions in my big take than definitive declarations.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's. I mean, there's a lot. Honestly, I don't know definitively one way or the other what to believe. I thought I was relatively passive in that big take.
Here's the thing. I'm going to say, I mean, I agree to the point that I don't really care about this. But my point is, this early in the administration, the Mega Man's point, why, why focus on this so much? Why promise this and create this big suspenseful situation? Do you know what I'm saying?
Because,
rile up your base.
Well, it's also a way to, I mean, he made a lot of promises on day one, I'm going to do this. So, like, there's a lot of people going, well, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do this. And he's going, yeah, release that. Yeah, do this, do that. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things that he's trying to get accomplished, but it's like we're a month in.
Well, and also too, I mentioned the FBI stuff with Thomas Matthew Crooks. That's totally flying under the radar too. And maybe some people actually care more about that than the Epstein stuff. Now this private investigator is saying that there might be a criminal network, that there's people still in the country that were involved with, and it goes back to the question of how in the blue hell does a 20-year-old get up on an unmanned roof from 130 yards? It still doesn't make sense. It still doesn't add up. I don't care that kid's SATs were 1530 and he graduated college in 2 years. That is indefensible, and it just goes to further prove, or at least, give you a strong belief that was an inside job and somebody was there to kill Trump beyond just old slapnuts with his long hair and his goofy glasses. No way that could happen.
RBMNJ on the YouTube chat says maybe you shouldn't have made those promises, Greg. I mean, sure. Okay. But I'm guessing, because, I mean, he was on this show in May before the election promising Dawn Stensland about Title IX. You know what I mean? Like, he made a lot of, on day one promises.
Well, he delivered on Title IX.
He agreed.
Federal,
I'm not saying he's not doing this, but at this fast pace that he's doing all of this, it is hard to get everything done in 30
and get everything correct.
I will say this: when you go back and you played Pam Bondi the interview again with Jesse, she actually does not. If you listen to her exact words, the truth is that he asked her something and she pivots and she says, "Well, I'll tell you, this guy did a lot of."
Yeah.
So to me, I think that maybe in that interview, as she was interviewed by Jesse, you could hear her qualifying things, and you could hear her now listening back to it this morning, and you're like, okay, she actually did not promise da-da-da-da. What she said was that guy did a lot of horrible things. And so did this just get ahead of her just in that interview?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know? And so I'm just saying.
Yeah, no.
I just think that this is, I think in truth, that at some point, I think Pam Bondi knew that what was going to come out in those binders, her staff had to have known.
Yep.
She had to have known. And so I think what Greg said about getting ahead of your skis, I do think that's what happened.
This never would have happened if Matt Gaetz was the Attorney General. Damn it. 855-839-1210. You're not in Florida anymore, Pam. You're now overseeing the entire country. Bigger stage, bigger platform. Don't fail. 855-839-1210, the number. We will come back. A couple of other stories to get into outside of the world of this current administration, including Al Sharpton's DEI boycott plan. Get ready, because today's a 24-hour boycott blackout of the economy. What not to buy. So we'll actually tell you what to buy to defy Al Sharpton. We're back after this here on Kayal & Company.
You know, when it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years now, Kitchen Magic has built quite a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care. From the custom cabinets to the countertops, the backsplashes, to those all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades now, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Just go to kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of Cherry Hill is celebrating President's Day all month long by offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Hey, per Ferguson. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Washed his hands and sealed his face.
723, Kayal Company. Pleased to meet you as well. Live on this Friday morning, it's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Sean Farish coming up in about 20 minutes for a Friday edition, a Farish Friday with what's on the cut sheet. And boy, the question is, what's not on the cut sheet? What didn't make the list? You'll find out coming up shortly. But we've gotten a lot in, we've had a lot of discussion so far on the Epstein stuff. We'll see what happens here in about 35 minutes as the self-imposed 8 a.m. deadline from Pam Bondi comes to its tipping point as the FBI agents and the field office from the Southern District of New York have until the top of the hour to hand over apparently these thousands of documents that were excluded from what Pam Bondi thought was the full Epstein file. So phase 2, phase 3, I feel like we're talking about the hostage releases from Israel. Remember when Joe Biden's like, yeah, there's going to be 5 phases and we're going to roll this out over 6 weeks. To me, when we talk about these FBI files and the Epstein stuff, give it to us all. And here's the other thing with this, and I don't want to get into some other stuff as well. Do we really need it in dribs and drabs? Can't you just come out? And here's the other thing, because a lot of people have small attention spans and they don't have the time to comb through hundreds, if not thousands of pages. Can we just get like a Cliff Note version of person X did Y with Z on Epstein Island, just and then provide us, some pictures, some videos, a couple of bullet points. Let us be able to process it and digest it, because most of us do not have the attention span or the time in our lives to read through thousands of pages. That will be my last ask. I know we live in this world. Here's my ask. I am asking that you are capable of doing X, Y, or Z. That's all I want. And then we can move on from this story, or we can at least react to this story. But we'll see what happens here in the next 35 minutes. All right, so Phil printed this out, and he's going to throw it up on YouTube. This is Al Sharpton's DEI boycott plan for a 24-hour economic blackout that is actually 7 hours and 25 minutes into already, because this is for today, Friday, February 28th. This is, according to Al Sharpton and all the grifters out there, the first step to counter the attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion with the Trump administration. And what Al Sharpton is asking for all of you out there, so we are imploring you to do the complete opposite, by the way, in case you didn't know that. Do not make any purchases today, okay? So make a bunch. Spend your paycheck today. It's a Friday, right? We're all getting paid probably, right?
So this is if you go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, Al Sharpton's DEI boycott plan.
That is correct.
24-hour blackout.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Do not shop online or in a store. Do not purchase anything from Amazon. Do not purchase anything from Walmart. Do not go to the Geek Squad at Best Buy. No McDonald's or other fast food stores. Do not purchase gas. No major retailers. And do not use your credit or your debit card for non-essential spending. Try to buy all you need before today or after. But if necessary, because Al Sharpton is a nice guy, he says only buy essentials of absolute necessity, such as food, medicine, and emergency supplies. And if you must spend, only support small local businesses.
I mean, that's a good
I actually agree with that. Yeah, I'm a small business person. Yeah. He says why this matters. Corporations and banks only care about their bottom line. Disrupting the economy, even for one day, sends a powerful message. If they don't listen, we make the next blackout longer. Our numbers are powerful. This is how we make history. Spread the message. Please share with all of your contacts. Talk about it. Post it. Document your actions that day. Sounds like a Doge email mandate. What did you do today? We must be powerful. We must use the power we do have and send an economic message with our members, as did Dr. King. February 28th, the 24-hour economic blackout begins. I actually think Dawn's back there shopping on Amazon right now. Dawn, did you purchase anything for the house that Larry's going to have to sign for?
Larry doesn't have to sign for anything.
Oh, see, Nick, your sexism shows.
Oh,
your sexism shows.
All right,
Dawn
gonna,
is a successful woman.
You guys gonna buy anything today?
Sure.
I think Phil Almquist might.
I'd buy things every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phil Almquist. Let's bring him in. I think Phil's actually plotting out his attack route today. Phil, what are you going to do today in defiance to Al Sharpton?
Well, look at this list. So I could hit every single one of these places on my way home from here.
Okay.
Because my commute normally is Street Road from the basically Warrington, Warminster area.
Yeah.
Take Street Road. I pass where Trump was at McDonald's. Trump was at McDonald's.
Oh, yeah.
Take 95 in.
Yep.
So we're going to, on our way home, stop at Trump's McDonald's. There's a Sunoco pretty much next door. I think there's a CVS or something along those lines right there. So I'm going to hit both of those.
So McDonald's
There's
gas.
an Amazon Fresh store shortly down the road. When I get to Warrington, I'm going to stop at Walmart and then eventually go over to Best Buy, and I'm going to use my credit card, and I'm also going to document all this stuff on my social media feeds. I'm going to hit it all, everything against everything they're saying right here.
On your way home.
On your way home.
I like it.
Okay.
So you're going to do the opposite of the Al Sharpton DEI book, and I'm guessing he's calling out these businesses because they're the ones that said they're not going to keep their DEI.
Yeah, they've been rolling back their
Okay.
DEI practices. We've actually gone through the list of all the big corporations that are jumping on the Trump bandwagon and ditching everything that we had to be subjected to the last 4 or 5 years.
And so for a couple days now, they've been putting this out here.
Yep.
And it's spearheaded by the People's Union USA, which is a grassroots group. It's not even Al Sharpton. It's actually started with this group, the People's Union USA.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they're saying is, hey, these biggity big companies, and they're naming Target, Walmart, all these other, and they're saying these guys are rolling back DEI. So you, America, you should not shop for 24 hours because you need to show them.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck. Good luck with it. This is not Rosa Parks, people. We'll say this is going to be a big nothing burger.
I totally agree. Totally agree. And look, you boycott whatever you want. I was all for in the summer of 2023 people boycotting Kohl's and Target because of weren't we talking about like LGBTQ onesies and all this sexualized stuff in the kids section for clothing? And we saw the pushback then. So I'm all for a boycott. Do whatever you want. I'm all for boycotting big corporations, whether it's a message I agree with or not. I don't think that's cancel culture. I think cowardice cancel culture is when you go after a single individual that voiced their opinion under the rights of free speech in the First Amendment, and you try to end somebody's livelihood that lives paycheck to paycheck. You want to go after the big corporations for good, bad, or ugly, for better or worse. It doesn't matter to me. It's your right. But we have seen countless companies that have ditched DEI. I've got the list here of just a handful. It's Meta, it's McDonald's, it's Walmart, it's Boeing, it's Molson Coors, it's Lowe's, it's Ford, it's Jack Daniels, Harley Davidson, John Deere, Tractor Supply, Toyota, Nissan, Caterpillar Inc. I mean, there's so many companies that have jumped on, including Google.
Yeah.
Remember, Google was one of the latest in the last few weeks. If Google's ditching DEI is done.
Phil, can you pull up cut 3 here? This is the chairman for Costco, Tony James. He was on CNBC, and he said that we're not changing our DEI policy.
Okay.
He thinks DEI is a part of meritocracy.
Well, it runs counter to meritocracy, but knock yourself out, Skip.
You're welcome. Roll it.
Tony, I have a separate question on a completely other topic, which is DEI. Obviously, it's swept the country one way and is now sweeping the country another way, in large part because of President Trump. Costco obviously is ending its DEI programs in large part.
No.
Well, I mean, you're keeping some, but not completely.
We haven't changed our DEI.
At all?
No.
Oh, then I'm mistaken. So
there were headlines to that effect. I saw them.
No, there were headlines signaling Costco out as the company that's not
Costco. I was thinking you said Blackstone, even or
BlackRock certainly retreated. Yeah.
Yes.
Boy, this is
Costco
F of a segment,
has gotten
isn't
a
it?
lot of visibility, more than we ever wanted or needed, because it's standing behind its current policies and procedures, and none of them are illegal. We've had every legal lawyer look at it, and none of them are new. None of them are post George Floyd. These things go back literally to the company's founding. We took an executive vice president from operations and made him our first diversity officer over 20 years ago. We think of this as not so much for the social good, although I think it is. We think of this as part of a meritocracy. If we attract a broader talent pool, we have 300,000 employees. We attract a broader talent pool, and we work with them all individually, given their different backgrounds, to be the best professionals they can be. We have a better employee base to choose from. And I think it enhances our ability to be a meritocracy. Costco is the highest torqued retailer in the world. We do the biggest volume per building, the biggest volume per square foot on the smallest margins. We have to execute flawlessly every single day. We can't have anything that's not based on merit.
DEI and meritocracy are like oil and water. Okay, they're not even the same. They don't jive. They don't mesh. They run completely counter to each other. But by the way, that host, I think during the next commercial, hit his producer in the back with a steel chair for probably not informing him properly. Although I guess ultimately it's on the host. But that was a bad look for that guy. I mean, look, you can continue, and this DEI, and I know people might be surprised by this. This was accelerated on steroids post George Floyd in 2020, 2021. But there have been many companies that have had these social credit scores and have been cognizant. My sister is a biggity big, as Dawn would say, in human resources. They've been doing DEI type stuff since 2012, 2014. This stuff has been around for 10, 12 years. And this is one of these guys right here who's on CNBC, where I think he probably truly values that social credit score, because when you're ranked high, then you don't have to deal with the big, powerful lobbyist groups like some of the LGBTQ plus groups that end up showing up in front of your company and trying to boycott you. But I think a lot of these companies, whether it's Walmart, Target, McDonald's, Amazon, Meta, Google, I think they sat down and said, it's not so much that Trump got elected and Trump is ending DEI. I think they looked at it as, okay, do we want the social credit score, or do we want to have our profits go back up? To me, I would say it's about your bottom line far better than a social credit score. Sadly, it takes courage, I think, to do that, because you do have the groups out there that now advocate against companies for ditching DEI. But this goes back to what I've been saying for years. Even before this show started, do you ever see DEI in a small business?
Of course not.
Of course not.
But this whole thing was started by this white dude who's a progressive Democrat, John Schwartz. I sent you guys a video of him. So he's been doing it for a month. He has been putting out these videos, and it has gained a little traction on social media. And this is because he's angry that they've rolled back DEI because Trump was right in doing this. Trump won. Get over yourself. And so I think this goes, is anybody really not going to shop for 24 hours because of John Schwartz? Absolutely not. No. That's not happening. Are they not going to go to Target or wherever place he doesn't want? No, they're not. And so it's just another, like, these progressives, they don't get it.
Right.
That the election is over, the people have spoken, and people are going to shop. And to Phil Almquist's point, I am definitely going to make a point to go out and shop like I've never shopped before.
I'm getting a quarter pounder. There's no doubt. I'm getting a quarter pounder today, Dawn.
I
am getting a number, and I want that bad boy supersized.
Stop the one in Trevos, like Phil Almquist is. Phil, jump back on the mic, friend. Are you going to document all of this on social media?
Yes, I will, and I will definitely get fries when I stop at the McDonald's.
If you could record a video on your phone at the drive-thru as you place your order, and make sure that's included in your thread.
Almquist on air, right? Is your Twitter handle? Almquist.
Yes, it is. Definitely find me on Twitter.
Quist on air. Almquist on air.
Yes.
There you go.
And, I think a lot of people, especially on the far left, as far as progressivism goes, when we talk about DEI, they try to boil it down to white versus black. But DEI encompasses, every, quote, marginalized community. So those that are against DEI look at it from a meritocracy standpoint. And I want to bring up just the black element here. My buddy Athan Kutzer-Rumbus has a great column up for Real Clear Politics PA. With the title being Black Men Poised to Shake Up the Pennsylvania Political Landscape. I won't read the whole thing for you. In summary, the black male voter in Pennsylvania will be a major factor as to whether or not Pennsylvania continues to go red. Trump got 24% of the black male vote in Pennsylvania. And then I see from the Daily Caller an article with black-owned small businesses where they quote multiple small business owners that are black who said DEI is not for us and those policies do not help our business. This was written by Ireland Owens of the Daily Caller. You can read it. The headline is DEI isn't for us. Some black-owned small businesses say diversity policies don't work. A lot of great quotes in there on black business owners saying, no, the DEI thing does not work. It goes back to the point I just made. Do you ever see small businesses of 10 or less employees that, implement DEI hiring practices? No, because you want the best employees. If you have a limited salary and a limited payroll for limited staffers, and let's say you're opening up a privately owned cell phone store. Remember when those little authorized retailers would pop up? We're an official Verizon retailer, and it's owned by Bob. If he's going to hire 5 people, do you think he sits there and says, I want to hire one black person, one Asian person, one female, a straight white dude, and somebody that identifies as a transgender individual? No, he doesn't think like that because he'll go out of business. He's looking for the best people regardless of what box they check. The only place this exists is where these corporations can handle potentially a drop-off in productivity and profitability on their bottom line for the sake of a social credit score. Because when you're the CEO of Costco, if your profits drop by 1%, your life doesn't change. You're still in the 1%. Bob, who runs a business that lives paycheck to paycheck, who has to deal with a dreaded call at 2 a.m. that his furnace in his office blew up, those people do not tolerate nonsense because they just want the best employees because they're not living like rock stars. Surprise, surprise. A lot of small business owners, even though they're entrepreneurs and have freedom, they're not living like kings.
By the way, we have that video that Dawn was just discussing. Dawn, who is this again?
His name is Schultz. John Schultz. Schwartz. John Schwartz.
And he's the one who organized this whole thing?
Yes, he created the People's Union USA.
That's the first time I'm hearing about this today.
Roll just a few
My fellow Americans, the 24-hour economic blackout is coming.
That Dave
On
Dorenzo?
Friday, February 28th, the People's Union will make its first move. Now, some of you might be wondering, why does this matter? What impact will one day of economic resistance really have? Let me explain it to you. For decades, they have told us that we are powerless, that we have no control, and that this system is too big, too strong, too unshakable. But here's what they don't want you to realize. We, the people, are the system. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who buy. And we are the ones who make this country run. Without us, they have nothing. So what happens when we stop playing their game? You see, the economy does not belong to the rich. It belongs to us, the people who wake up every day and keep this country moving. But instead of serving us, the system has been designed to exploit us. Corporations profit off of our labor while keeping wages low. Banks steal billions through inflation and predatory policy.
All right, you get it.
There you go. I would say the only boycott that I've seen recently in the last 2 years that really worked, that had lasting sustainability, was the Bud Light boycott.
Yep.
The rest of these all fall by the wayside in 20 hours.
You also can't make such a blanket statement that we're going to boycott Walmart, Amazon. Like, all of these people, all of these companies people use on their daily lives.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like boycotting Bud Light is okay. So I don't buy that beer. I buy another beer.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like you're asking people who maybe their only grocery store is Walmart.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like so to say to boycott that is just not. It's ridiculous.
You're right. You are right. And also, John Schwartz, you are so full of yourself. You are a legend in your own living room as you make your little video. We, the people, voted. We voted. And we voted Trump. And we voted to get rid of all of this crud and bring back and save America.
Mm-hmm.
So go, I'm glad for him that he has the freedom to make his little videos of his little self-important self.
That's why we played it.
I'm just saying that
If
this
you
guy
wanna-
is so
Dawn, if you want to
bloated.
say go F yourself, I
wouldn't say that.
I have the dump button right
God,
here.
if she
Not
ever
gonna
says
say
that,
that.
I'm just gonna run into that studio and hug you.
I'm just kidding. Please don't say it.
No, I would not say that. But I mean, think about what he's really doing is he's still trying to put this up in our faces. He's still trying to rebel against us, we the people, and we've spoken.
Yeah, and DEI is one of these things, just like the transgender sports policy. 70, 75, 80% of Americans are like, nah,
We don't want that.
get rid of it.
We have spoken. So, I mean, he can make his little videos, good for him.
Yep.
But I just hope that people, I definitely, like Phil Almquist, I definitely am going to go out and patronize these places just to make the point.
Oh, I can't wait for a quarter pounder. God, I'm
Ooh.
salivating. It's been years. All right, coming up next.
Speaking of quarter pounder,
who's
in the on deck circle?
Oh, well, it's another F word, but it's an F word we can say on radio. It's Farish. Sean Farish.
Oh,
Farish Fridays.
I'm sure he has a few things to say. Are you?
I don't think he slept last night.
He is locked and loaded.
He
baby.
is. And he'll join us for the cut sheet coming up next. Kayal and Company, back after this. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Did you hear that? But it should be yours as well, because when you're choosing a lawn care service, it makes sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer not only for you, but also your family and those beloved pets. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals, which is why they use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. But don't just take my word for it. Join the growing number, heck, it's a movement, folks, of homeowners that are switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying that beautiful lawn today. And when you schedule their full service program today, you will get free seeding every single year. That's right. If you want a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding on an annual basis, call Natural Lawn today. 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so give it to them. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Winter is here. Make sure you're prepared for whatever it throws your way. From snowstorms to icy roads, get the latest on winter weather from your local news team on the Odyssey app. Stay informed with push alerts on conditions and the best local coverage to keep you safe. Don't let nasty weather catch you unprepared this season. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and follow your local news station. That's AUDACY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings, as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax, revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to newsmaxplus.com and start your free trial. That's newsmaxplus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
These people are about 10 exits past normal.
Some would say that. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. We're always normal. Very normal show. Well, it's a great show, but we're just normal people. We're not 3 exits or 10 exits past normal. But we talk about unusual things in unusual times. What a day. What a time to be alive. Cut sheet is coming up here in just a moment as we say good morning to Sean Farish, who I don't think slept at a wink last night. Hello, buddy. How are you?
Oh, I slept. I mean, I didn't sleep well, but I slept. I had to be ready to get in here and rock the cut sheet with the greatest morning show in the country. So I had to get a couple of winks, a little bit of shut eye, but not much.
Yeah.
What a mess yesterday.
What a mess.
I could hear when I woke up this morning, I made sure that I set my alarm. My alarm ringtone was the, circus. Right? And then I had all 3 cats that we have in here walk into the bedroom with binders with nothing in them. So,
Oh, we are ready to do this, aren't we?
we're so ready to do this. Yeah, we're so ready.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet? And they are getting the biggest bang for their buck today, because I have a feeling a lot of people are tuning into the cut sheet this morning. Sponsored by Meineke. When you step on their brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. Meineke.com. Thank you, Meineke, for sponsoring the ever-important Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. We begin this way.
Jeffrey Epstein. This afternoon, a bunch of conservative influencers left a meeting at the White House with binders that said the Epstein files, phase 1. Once the binders were opened, people were able to see flight records and Epstein's Rolodex and a list of masseuses. The masseuses' names were blacked out, and the information from the flight logs wasn't new. Neither was the Rolodex. When we began to feel duped, Pam Bondi released a letter that says, basically, I was duped too. In the letter addressed to FBI Director Kash Patel, Bondi basically says, I asked you for the full and complete files related to Jeffrey Epstein. I received 200 pages of documents. I asked if these were all the documents, and the FBI said yes. Late yesterday, I learned from a source at the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and the indictment of Epstein. Despite my repeated requests, the FBI never disclosed the evidence of these files.
There you go.
Sean Ferris, we have bloviated long enough on this story. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, if Jesse Waters wants to say we all got screwed, Jesse Waters should be the first person to be upset because I think Pam Bondi lied to him the night before. And that's the biggest problem, right?
I don't think
Because
she did.
she was on with him and said, I have the files and it's sick. But then she released the files and it was all stuff that we already knew. And that she had the whole thing on her desk. So either the whole thing was on her desk or the whole thing was not on her desk and was incomplete. You see, I think both things can't be true at the same time, which is an issue. I'm not saying there's not issues over there in the Southern District of New York. And by the way, I think we don't need them to send their email about 5 things that they did this week, right? Shredding. Like we know what they did. We know what they've been up to. We know what they haven't been up to. My problem with yesterday's binder, 3-ring binder, 3-ring circus, whole 9 yards that went on yesterday. I don't really care that the influencers were there. Apparently, they weren't there for that. They were there to meet with Trump and Vance. They were being thanked for their help during the election. Like Scott Pressler was there. A bunch of people were there for, as basically a thank you for their 2024 services. And they just so happened to have been given the binders at the same time, as a result of them already being there. So that's what I understand about that. I'm not sure if that's the full story, but that's what I've heard about the influence. I don't care if the influencers are there because I got to be honest, the folks that they gave those binders to, I trust. We've gotten information from them. They've been very forthright. They've been very good with info. People want to say, oh, are they going to monetize off of it? Well, everyone's got to eat, so I wouldn't be upset if folks, regular media would monetize off of it too. It's just what they've got to do. So I'm not really upset about that. I'm upset that they gave these quote unquote, these influencers information that wasn't new. And then they redacted information that was already public. I understand from a legal standpoint, they had to do it because if they release it, they have to put the redactions in there versus, the stuff that's out, the same pages that's out was a leak. So if the government releases it legally, they have to redact certain things. But I mean, here's the bottom line with yesterday. Okay. We were told a list was coming. Nothing came. Now people are blaming each other. Bondi's blaming the Southern District of New York and the FBI. You got Comey's daughter as the assistant U.S. attorney out there in the Southern District of New York. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. She was leading the case when Epstein allegedly killed himself. It's hard to do that when, you're on suicide watch or whatever. But then apparently the cameras suspiciously went off, nothing to see here.
Yep.
But I think yesterday, look, the bottom line is here's where I'm at. If indeed this was sabotage, insubordination, folks defying orders in the Southern District of New York and the FBI out of New York, find those people, prosecute those people to the fullest extent of the law, and make examples out of those people, because unless you have accountability, it is going to happen again, period. That's it, right? Like when your dog takes a dump on your rug, you have to make sure that your dog in the future doesn't do that again. So you discipline the dog, not like Kristi Noem, how she disciplines the dog, but but you know what I'm saying, right? Yep. So you make sure that's, parents have to discipline their child if they make mistakes, and it's a whole thing, learning and growing and the whole nine. If you don't, make it clear to your pet, your dog, that crapping on the rug is not okay, then it's going to continue to happen, right? So there has to be consequences. And by the way, when we talk about crapping on the rug, okay, a friend of mine on X shared something a few days ago. He used to work for the government. $46,000 for a new floor at the Vatican. What do you think that was for?
It was Joe, bad boy.
And then
Outside.
$15,000, and by the way, $15,000 for new linens at the Vatican.
I know
I'm
we've
just
got,
saying.
Yeah, I know we've got more clips to get to. I just want to follow up with what you're saying here because you had a video last night that was really great, and I quoted you this morning where you said, I didn't vote for this. And I used that kind of as the backdrop to, we talk about, Doge, which, by the way, Doge, these FBI people, if they are the ones providing the resistance to Pam. But, we talk about Doge and Elon and, hey, we voted for this. We're getting what we voted for. But now the flip side of the coin is we're getting something we did not vote for. So when you think about this, and this, we're coming up on about 2 minutes till the 8 a.m. deadline that Pam Bondi imposed on the FBI. Do you think we're going to have the FBI turn over anything else? Do you think a phase 2 and a phase 3 is coming? Where do we go from here? Where are you at with that part?
Well, Anna Paulina Luna says phase 2 is coming and there will be new information. Now, I've heard this before, right? I mean, literally the night before, Wednesday night, Pam Bondi was on Fox News talking about, you're going to see some files and you're going to see some stuff and it's sick what he did. And there's a lot of victims and I have it on my desk. So I'm at, I'll believe it when I see it territory. And I'm always like that because I get the Jets are going to do this, that, and the other thing this year. And then they do, I'll believe it when I see it. Phil Almquist knows what I'm talking about. I'll believe it when I see it. Right. But I do think we're going to see the FBI turn the documents over. But I don't think I think they're going to make it as hard as possible. And when I said, I didn't vote for this, I definitely did not vote for my attorney general getting played by the Southern District of New York.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Everyone has a bad day. So I'm not saying that she has to be fired or anything like that. What I will say is this: when phase 2 happens, if it's like what happened yesterday, she has to go. I'm sorry. It's like, oh, that's too quick. No. It would appear if phase 2 is as big of a disaster as phase 1, it would appear that she's in over her head. And I understand that there's people in the government working against transparency, and James Comey apparently has been telling former FBI agents around to dig in and defy Trump's orders and things like that. Fine, prosecute him, obstruction of justice if applicable, right? But if phase 2 is as messy and as chaotic, ineffective, and honestly embarrassing. That was embarrassing yesterday.
It was.
If phase 2 is as embarrassing as phase 1, there need to be changes made. And it's unfortunate because I do think Pam Bondi is extremely smart. I think she's extremely savvy. She had a bad day yesterday.
She did.
It happens to everybody.
Yeah.
Okay? Everybody.
Dawn,
So-
do you go ahead, Dawn.
I'm just wondering what because Marsha Blackburn was at the White House yesterday.
Tennessee.
I think she would, right. And so that's why. So she's somebody as a senator who has pushed for this among others. You mentioned Luna, but I will say this: because I don't see anything new with Marsha Blackburn. I know she was at the White House yesterday, and I wonder if you're hearing anything there in Tennessee on what insiders, because I think she's instrumental in this and she's demanding this. She also demanded the IRS files, right? Not just FBI, but Epstein's IRS stuff. Are you hearing anything about that?
I haven't, but 2 weeks ago, I got a chance to talk to Marsha Blackburn. I met her for the first time here in Tennessee at an event in Williamson County. They had their Reagan Day Gala, and I was a part of the event, and Congressman Burchett was there, and he is hilarious. He's like our John Kennedy. He's hysterical, this guy. When he goes off script, he is one of the funniest people I've ever seen
I
speak.
like omelets.
And I love John. See, I love John Kennedy too. I think he's hysterical. You're the high IQ stupid people, right? One of my favorite John Kennedy segments. He went on Fox News when gas was high, and he said something along the lines of, "The price of gas is so high." You know the way he talks. They're so high. It's cheaper to do cocaine and run everywhere. And I was like, did he just say that on live television? So
Try harder not to suck.
Sorry.
He says, going through life is hard, but it's even harder when you're stupid. Right? So I'm like, wow, this is great. So, but I spoke to Blackburn. This was before Kash Patel was confirmed. And she said, Kash can be confirmed and we're going to get those Epstein files. So she wants them. And she's a pit bull, right? She's a pit bull. And if you remember back at the RNC, and I said this to her, because she introduced herself, and I said, "Oh, we know who you are. We were watching you on Fox News this morning, Senator." And she said, "That's great. I saw your commercial in Tennessee you did for the furniture company." I said, "Look, one of my favorite moments I think I've ever seen of you was when you chased Kim Cheadle up the escalator at the RNC. She goes, yeah, I did that on my heels. So, after the assassination attempt. So I think Senator Blackburn will get to the bottom of it. I don't know how deep. I don't know how much we're being told. How deep does this run? Is this just Southern District of New York and FBI going rogue? Or is it worse than that? Because, look, identify the people who aren't listening and make examples of them. That's it. But I have not heard anything from Blackburn's office or Blackburn at all.
Let me just play devil's advocate with the firing of Pam Bondi, because if you do that, you create a media disaster. The mainstream media will be all over this. It's chaos. It's a crisis. The Trump administration, there's 15 cooks in the kitchen. Who's in charge? All of that. I mean, if this runs as deep as you were just kind of pontificating on, does it matter if Bondi's the AG or Matt Gaetz is? I mean, if this goes way above the skis of the Attorney General, if this is above Donald Trump, does it really matter who's labeled the Attorney General?
No, you see, here's the problem. Is that yesterday, if this is 100% because the Southern District of New York and the FBI went rogue, then I'm not sitting there suggesting that that's really Pam Bondi's fault. Right. What I'm suggesting, what happened yesterday was 0 out of 10 execution. That was just, I mean, that was everybody in the country now knows what it's like to watch Jets football after watching yesterday. That's what it was. Okay, that's what it was.
We don't relate. It was. We're champions.
You know what I mean? It's it was Aaron Rodgers getting hurt on the first play last year. That's what that was yesterday. It was like, okay, all this hype and like real bad. Like it could not have gone worse than how it went yesterday. That's what I mean by incompetence. Okay, if you have rogue actors, that's not Bondi's fault. She didn't put them there, right? What needs to happen is here's what needs: transparency. Okay, if phase 2 is hitting the same roadblocks as phase 1, I want a press conference. I want Bondi at that podium, and I want her to say, "Listen, okay, I want to get this information to you, the American people. I am dealing with a very large number of rogue employees and agents at the FBI who do not want to get this into the hands of the American people. I am not the source of this delay. Director Patel is not the source of this delay. Deputy Director Bongino is not the source of this delay. But those folks and myself, we are on it, and we are weeding these people out now. And there has to be some sort of way that we can follow the process. The problem yesterday was we were told the night before stuff's coming out, and then we were told we got the stuff yesterday, and it was nothing, and then we found out, oh well, because these people hid the information. It would have been much better had they come out in the middle of the day, right, and said, look, we were going to release it. We just realized it isn't all there because of this. Yeah. Don't even put the binder out. Yep. Just punt. Kick the can down the road or something. And people would have been mad. Oh, they're hiding stuff. They're doing this. I would have been happier if I said, oh, wow. Okay, so we have deep staters and swamp rats who are sabotaging the operation. Well, that makes sense, right? Let's go ahead and clean that. Instead of putting out nothing. There was like not one bit of information that came out yesterday that qualifies as anything groundbreaking. And you even had people now, and this is what's bad, saying, well, maybe Epstein wasn't as bad as we thought. I think he's pretty bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't want this to fall flat. This is major. It's a huge deal.
Right.
So when it comes to Bondi, and I'm basically saying, if phase 2 is as messy, the execution needs to be cleaned up. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. If we get to phase 2 and the binders come out again and there's nothing in the binders, you know what? We have an issue with her leadership. If we get to phase 2 and all of a sudden it's like they're still holding back, call an emergency press conference, get all the media out there and say, this is what we're dealing with. And we are going to get to the bottom of what we're dealing with. But this is out at that point, it's out of our control. Name names.
Right. And that's just it. That's what, Sean, I think I agree with you, because it's a little different than Aaron Rodgers getting injured, right? Because nobody knew that he was going to get injured. But in this case, somebody was printing out think of the printer, printing out all of the stuff, and then they're taking the 3-hole punch, and they're putting it in all of those binders, and nobody says, excuse me, Ms. Bondi, but this is not what you thought it was. Like, nobody. So either they knew it was a nothing burger and they just released it, or worse yet, she didn't realize it.
That's where I am, right? So she had a bad day. Everyone had a bad day yesterday. It was not a good look. So what we do is we learn from that bad day and we say, all right, let's regroup, right? I mean, there was a point in time in the 2024 season, the Eagles were, kind of shaky, and there were people calling for Sirianni to get fired at one point, right?
I mean,
seriously.
True. Yeah.
So it was a bad start. So regroup, get everyone together in the locker room, maybe flip a table or two, Herb Brooks, right? And, you're damn right, Sweden, So get in there, flip a table or two, and then read the riot act and get back to work.
Do you think it helps that the big guy, Mr. President, is distracted? He's got the little guy Zelensky coming in today. He's trying to bring forth world peace. Is it a good thing that perhaps President Trump is a little distracted with that, Russia-Ukraine war situation, and that he's meeting with Zelensky today, among others? Maybe it's good that he's
because it keeps him away from, taking all the slings and the arrows and the black eyes. So I think it is. He met with the three ladies, Macron, Starmer, and now he's meeting with Zelensky. All three of those girls are doing a great job in Europe. So
it's amazing how many
they all sit when they pay. Right?
How many beta male leaders are there in this?
We'll get to that.
It's unreal.
By the way, can you just real fast? Can you respond to this? Sean EKZ on the YouTube chat says too much time being spent discussing the Epstein files in the big picture. Is it really that important?
Yes, it is that important.
I agree.
Okay, you're dealing with a man with a lot of money.
Yep.
All right, who had influence over a lot of people, and this is why I'm very, very outspoken about the Andrew Tate situation.
Which we'll get to.
Some people don't like it, and some people do like it, and it is what it is. A lot of money and a lot of connections.
Yep.
And I made this point yesterday, on my show on Rumble, and I said, listen, why did Epstein avoid accountability? How did he avoid accountability for so long? Well, because he had connections with high-powered people who pulled all the levers. Yes, it is that important. It absolutely is. If he did it to one child, it's a problem.
Agreed.
We're hearing that he did it to,
250.
Hundreds of children, and with people who steered, the rudder and moved the rudder on your country. It absolutely is a big deal. I'm worn out by it too, so I understand the sentiment. But it is, and we need to pursue it because, again, if it gets too tough to get the answers and we just throw our hands up and give up, it's going to happen again. We can't allow it to happen again. Standards and examples need to be made, and precedents need to be set in order for us to move forward as a country with real laws. Because if the laws aren't enforced, do they actually count? If it was optional to pay your speeding tickets, would anybody pay them? I wouldn't, right? If it was optional to pay my taxes and the IRS wouldn't put me in jail, the government wouldn't put me in jail, I wouldn't pay my taxes. Seriously.
Yeah.
So if the laws aren't enforced, they don't count. Look at the border. There are border laws. Nobody followed them because they weren't being enforced, okay? If they're not enforced, they don't count. So the answer to that YouTube question is absolutely it matters. I know it's tiring, but we have to follow through on all of it. We have to get to the bottom of all of it, because if we don't, we're setting the precedent that, this behavior, it's acceptable, because as long as we make the process difficult to get the answers, nobody's going to get in trouble.
Let's get it back to threats to democracy, shall we?
All right, Sean, and by the way, I did not pick these clips to trigger you this morning, but you're here, and I want to get your opinion on them. So you've been very outspoken about the controversial influencers Andrew and Tristan Tate, who both face charges in Romania, including human trafficking and sexual intercourse with a minor. They arrived in the United States yesterday after a travel ban on them was lifted, according to their spokesperson and Romanian prosecutor. So apparently they're they're in Florida right now, and they are speaking to the Young Republicans Club in Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis spoke out about this yesterday by a reporter. This is cut 13. Phil, do you have it? There we go. Roll it.
Reporting out there that controversial podcaster and human trafficker Andrew Tate may be on his way to Florida. Is he welcome here? What the state do to send back to Romania or whatever?
We have no involvement in that. I read about it through the media. Clearly, the federal government has jurisdiction, whether they want to rebuff his entry into the United States, and I have confidence that whether it's Pam Bondi or Kristi Noem, that they will be looking at that. I do know our Attorney General, James Uthmeyer, is looking at what state hooks and jurisdiction we may have to be able to deal with this. But the reality is no, Florida is not a place where you're welcome. with that type of conduct in the air. And I don't know how it came to this. We were not involved. We were not notified. I found out through the media.
If you don't know who they are, Andrew Tate, his brother Tristan, arriving in the United States. They face rape and human trafficking charges still pending in Romania.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what about these guys. All right. This is the problem with these guys that I have. All right. I understand everybody deserves their trial, and the process has to play out in a court of law. I just encourage anybody who looks at this and wants to conflate the two lawfare cases, the Trump case and the Tate case, because that is how Tate has framed it. Okay. Like, oh, well, the people going after Trump were corrupt. Therefore, the people going after me are corrupt. And I'm not saying Romania is perfect because they're not. Apparently, they just jailed the guy who won the presidential election for free speech. So it's a mess over there. Here's the issue. Okay. Andrew Tate has defended the type of behavior that he has openly displayed and promoted, like on camera. There is a video of him beating up a 15-year-old girl. Yep. Okay. 15 years old.
Yep.
Now, the first thing that the Tate supporter crew says is, well, the laws in Romania allow 15-year-olds to consent. And my response to that is, okay, now put this hat on. That's your kid. Do you care at all about the laws in Romania at that point?
No.
Of course not. You have no skin in the game. Right now you care if it's your daughter. If it's someone else's kid, who cares, right? Because you think Andrew Tate is some symbol of male positivity. I've never met a man that I look up to who did that to a woman. And to the left, who wants to go, well, Donald Trump said grab him. But show me the video of Donald Trump assaulting a 15-year-old girl, and I'll admit that you're right. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Andrew Tate has said in a video that one of the things that he loves to do the most is network with popular, influential people, his words, on the right specifically. Okay, how did Jeffrey Epstein avoid consequences? It was by networking with very popular, influential people, in this case on the left, but really on both sides with Epstein. That is exactly what Andrew Tate is doing. Number three, when you look at the Luigi Mangione case, right, and on camera, we saw Luigi Mangione shoot and kill the United Healthcare CEO. Everyone understands that until he goes to jail, he's got to stand trial the whole 9 yards. But we saw him do it. There's no question as to what went on there. Okay. The same can be said about Tate. You can watch it. Just because you don't want to, that's on you, but you can watch what he did to a 15-year-old girl. And then people, well, how do you know she was 15? Well, she was born in 1997 and the video was posted in 2012. Wow. So, I mean, open up your phones, take out your calculator and do a little math. 15. Okay. He also mentions, and she also mentions in one of the videos, that they met. He said, she's 21. I've been with her for 6 years. But 21 minus 6. Again, wow, the numbers are starting to line up, isn't it? He met her in Slovakia and moved her to England. Well, that doesn't sound suspicious at all, does it? She's got a tattoo with his last name on her thigh. We know a lot about human trafficking. If you watch Sound of Freedom, they're all branded with their trafficker's name and their trafficker's mark. Okay.
Yep. She was 9.
I mean, no, I don't think she was 9 when that happened.
6 years
I think.
ago? Okay, sorry.
She was 21, and then he met her 6 years ago, so 15. On camera, she's doing these sexually suggestive and exploitative, things with this webcam, and she's not the only one. He says, I have a ton of girls that are making me money. I mean, the guy is a scumbag. You can't seriously, okay, take his wealth aside. The one thing he's good at is managing money. Fine. You can't be a father or a mother in this country and see your little boy and say, I want him to grow up to be like Andrew Tate.
No.
There's no way. Yeah. You're not serious. Okay. There's a group of people that he panders to, and that he comes off as some sort of hero, and that group of people is deranged. I'm sorry. I have no respect for anybody who can look at a guy who does that. Oh, well, it's consensual. No, if you listen to the video and to her voice while that's going on, she's terrified. Okay. She's terrified. He's calling her all sorts of nasty, you're my this and that. Guys, any other time we hear that a 15-year-old was moved across the world with an adult male, we call it human trafficking. Why are we not calling it that here? Okay, if you are of the thought that what Epstein did was bad, that what Diddy is alleged to have done is bad, but that Andrew Tate gets a pass, you are a hypocrite. You deserve to work at MSNBC.
Were you taking a lot of flack for that stance on social media yesterday? Because I felt like you had to kind of come out and try to defend what you're saying, even though you shouldn't have to defend what you're saying because it's common sense and obvious to anybody with a functional brain.
Well, initially I took flack because you have, of course, you have these people. This is my favorite. They go, because Andrew Tate is anti-Jew, anti-Israel, whole nine. So, of course, the first thing is, how much did the Jews pay you to post that?
God.
I said, listen, here's my thing. Once I get the check from the Jews, I don't know who the Jews are, but once the check comes in,
right,
I'll take a picture of it and I'll do a little dance when they pay off my house. How's that sound? Okay, to anybody. I promise you, the first day I get a Jew check in the mail, I will absolutely I'll show the world. Yeah. I'll be proud of it. Because if the Jews pay me to say something that I'm already going to say, that's free money for me. That's number one.
There you go.
So that came in. And then, I just decided, because there's a lot of people, and it happens a lot. There are things, and there ultimately always will be things that the Trump administration will do that I won't agree with. And I'm going to make my point known that I don't agree with it. For instance, a month and a half ago, Trump started to hint at the fact that he wanted the U.S. government to have a 50% stake in TikTok. I said, absolutely not.
Right.
People, whoa, you don't trust him? I said, no, I do. I just think he's making a mistake. Oh, are you turning on him? No, I just think he's making a mistake. You know what I'm saying? And so I posted a very long thing yesterday and said, look, this is who I am. All right. I'm going to say things no matter whether you want to hear them or not.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to tell you them because I believe it's the truth and because I believe you have something to add. That's me. I don't answer to anybody. I'm not afraid to speak out about anybody ever. Okay. If you don't like that, there's an unfollow button. You could fix it. Okay. You could get in there and comment and tell me how you want me to run my page. I'm probably not going to listen to you. Okay. And when I see a guy like Trump and an administration like Trump doing something that I believe will really, really drastically harm his legacy and undermine the work that we've done over the last, how long has it taken for Donald Trump to really get past the womanizer label, only for his administration to appear, at least at first yesterday, to be cozying up to a guy who is proud of reprehensible things that he did to women. Reprehensible. I'm not talking about words and things. Assault. I mean, nasty stuff. Again, something that any parent in this country will look at their son and go, yeah, no, I don't want him growing up to be like Andrew Tate. Right?
And just to interject a factoid, because not everybody knows who this is. So just to interject this, as far as Emery Tate, so he's a big influencer. Back in 2005, started his kickboxing career. But you mentioned that, he's on trial in Romania for rape and human trafficking and all of this. But he's not Romanian. He was born, his dad was from Chicago, Illinois, was a chess champion. Dad was American, mom was British. That's why he has U.S. as well as British birthrights and citizenship. But this is a guy who grew up in the States and then parents divorced, that he goes to London, pretty well-to-do family. This is not somebody from Romania. This is somebody who has dual citizenship in the United States of America as well as in the UK.
And he's running it. He's in Romania because of the laws there, right? Because of the type of business that he runs. He can't put a 15-year-old girl on camera in the United States. You know why? Because that's illegal.
You're right.
Okay. In Romania, it may not be illegal, but that doesn't make it right.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, again, if it happened here, you'd all say it's horrible, but the laws are different there, so it's okay. No, it's a bad law.
Yeah.
Abortion's legal in Romania. Do you support it over there? I don't. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the process. I don't agree with the law. The issue with the Tates, again, is I think he's a very dangerous, very manipulative person. I even saw Benny Johnson on with Piers Morgan yesterday saying, well, from what I can read, the charges in Romania have been dropped. The charges have not been dropped.
He goes back.
They're under judicial control. They have to go back on March 25th. Yep. The charges have not. But Tate is telling people he beat the case, and they're believing him. You see? Yeah. So this is why I have a problem. This guy's a manipulator. He's very dangerous. He's a scummy person, nasty guy. You don't want this guy implanting himself in our movement. He wants to do it. You know why? Because he knows, he's smart. He knows that our movement is likely going to be controlling the levers of power for the foreseeable future. And if he gets in enough, he, just like Epstein, will avoid accountability for actions that he probably knows
Speaking
are
of
reprehensible actions.
Wisely said.
Speaking of Epstein, Duffy Domino tweets at Pam Bondi and at us. It's 8:06. What is happening? Come on, lady. Make some arrests.
You know what they needed yesterday?
Yeah.
With the 8 a.m. thing, they needed a Greg Stalker. We started 8 a.m. yesterday.
6 a.m.
Stalker's the official spokesperson now for the FBI.
By the way, this conversation that we just had that Sean was saying used to be, and you talk radio hosts who don't do this anymore know who I'm speaking to. This used to be talk radio. It used to be just calling everything out as you see it. We lost that along the way somewhere, and I want to thank Sean and everybody on this program for not doing that. All right, let's get it back to the government employees replying to an email to living in North Korea.
Let's get back to Doge.
This woman, this is from TikTok. This is cut 14. This woman, a government employee, she seriously compares replying to an email, basically just saying, "What did you do this week?" to what it's like living in North Korea.
Oh, okay.
Let's play this here. Cut 14, go.
And again, like, it's just a flex. It's just you need to know who's in charge, and this is one of the ways we're making you aware. And the feeling that I felt responding to that email was such a glimpse into a possible future here, a probable future here if we don't do something about it. It felt so scary and so heartbreaking. It felt much like I would imagine living in a place like what I always imagined North Korea to be like, where the energy is, yes, master, your wish is my command.
It is amazing.
Why was her voice sped up?
Which is what Greg Stalker always tells me that I have to say.
Oh, my God.
Yes, sister.
Oh, my God.
I'll just
Sorry.
assume she's a
Trying to add a
liberal
laugh.
lady. These people with the analogies of the extreme. Everybody on the right is Hitler. It's Nazi work. And now it's North Korea. Next thing you know, Elon's going to say, I need 3 emails in 1 week. It's going to be like living, in the Middle East as a suppressed female to, terrorist groups. I mean, the radical analogies of, oh, my God, I need to be held accountable is just why these people, Sean, their brains are broke. This is just basic stuff.
Yeah, that one woman who came on CNN a couple days ago who got the email and she was like, I didn't know what to do. This was like harassment. I was like, what? then the entire workforce in the United States is harassed then.
Yeah.
Because like when I worked at Sherwin-Williams, I worked in a paint store, which was a lot of fun, by the way.
Yeah.
I made the most beautiful colors. I have to tell you that, right? Beautiful. I mean, we did so well. The paint puts itself on the wall, by the way. It's a tremendous job. But we used to have to follow up like, hey, did you call your 50 accounts this week? Which orders went out? Which people do we need to work? Like there was that happened.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, the sales team at the 1210 WPHT has
Yes.
or Odyssey has a
Salesforce
system like
Yeah,
that.
they have Salesforce. They have to sit there and log everything that they do.
Yes.
Just to, did you make, like Sean said, did you make your calls this week?
Calls, emails, activities.
All the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I always like to compare it to sports because it's like, did you go to the cage today? Were you in the weight room yesterday?
Yep.
Did you participate in this? Are you injured? What's your rehab looking like? We don't just kind of take our hands off and say, all right, do your thing. And, when it gets done, it gets done. Accountability is not harassment.
Yeah.
But the problem is, to them it is.
Yeah.
And then, you have, of course, these people, oh, well, this is like North Korea. It's not like North Korea. This is what it means to actually do your job and prove you're doing it.
Yep.
If I was a CEO of a business, right? Let's say I had 100 employees, okay? Or let's say 104 for the math's sake, okay? I have 104. I have a 100-person, lower team, tier 1. I've got 4 managers of 4 different departments, 25 employees each. I'm going to tell each manager of that department, I need you to make sure that your teams are on top of their tasks all day, make sure they're following up with you regularly, whether it's weekly, bi-weekly, daily, whatever it is.
Yep.
Because I want to know if it's my company that the people that I'm paying, right, are earning their salaries or earning their wages, not just, stealing time.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Once Tom Homan deports all of the bad hombres and has fulfilled his duties, his next task should be to deport any American citizen that goes on social media and says working in the United States is the equivalent to working in Gaza, China, Russia, North Korea, or Iran. If you make those stupid comparisons, you're out. Citizenship revoked. Anybody disagree with that?
No.
Go say hi to Little Rocket Man.
Yes.
Okay?
By the
Go
way,
play with his rocket.
By the way, speaking of Tom Homan, on the other side, Nick, we have him saying that ICE agents are going to, quote, flood sanctuary cities. They're doubling the workforce.
Oh, I love it.
Are they coming to Philadelphia? Also, J.D. Vance takes a shot at the prime minister to his face about freedom of speech.
I love it.
We have all of that coming up on the other side.
If Tom Homan keeps this up, he's going to flood my shorts.
Jesus, man.
By
What's
the way,
wrong with you?
Dan Borowski just
Too
set
much
up
information.
10:30. I'll have a guest who is an attorney representing victims of Epstein.
Oh,
that
wow.
Should be, so great job, Dan.
At what time?
Awesome.
10:30.
10:30. Okay, make
All
sure you
right.
stay tuned for that in
Speaking
2
out about
hours.
this.
There you go. All right, 8 o'clock hour in full swing, but time to tell you about our friends at Piazza Auto Group, specifically their Honda dealerships, where I am a customer myself. I recently test drove the new Honda Prologue. It is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free, and it has 3 charging options to choose from, including the portable charging kit, which I think is the best one because we're always on the go. Work, grocery store, kids, practices, school, you name it. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. That's correct, not a typo. $229 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne today for details. Shop online anytime, piazzahonda.com.
We got to talk about this warm spring-like weather. Makes me think about my lawn, which right now is pretty green. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it just make sense? You hire a company that provides better results and is much safer for your family, for your pets, for your kids, or maybe you have grandkids coming over. And that's why I choose, and I have chosen for years now, Natural Lawn of America. That's my family's lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. I love that. And they use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green, while it obviously keeps protecting the safety of your family and especially your pets too. From the organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. So don't just take my word for it. You can join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services. Just start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly, green, lush lawn that you can be proud of and that you can feel is safe. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today. That's what I have. And then you get free seeding every single year. So if you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn, 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREESEED, 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so do you. Call the best. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Attention small business owners needing financing. Swish Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as one business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textline.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text LINE to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text LINE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text LINE to 200-300. That's LINE to 200-300. LINE to 200-300.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
The President's Day Mega Sale has been extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on LG. Get a deluxe stainless steel kitchen suite with French door refrigerator from LG. Regularly $5,036 for only $2,389 after rebate. Savings of over $2,600. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
8 o'clock hour of Kayal and Company, brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally. Season after season, choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, Greg, Sean Farish is with us. It's a Farish Friday here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT as we continue with Greg Stocker's Cut Sheet.
So we talked about Senator Kennedy. Apparently he went to war yesterday with NPR, which is something near and dear to my heart because, as I've said, and I won't go on the whole diatribe, but we have to, on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, we do this very successfully, but we have to compete for ratings and revenue for the other stations that might be on FM, that might have a better signal than we do. We have to compete with all of them with our content. NPR, and for those locally here, it's WHYY, gets an FM stick, and it's all government paid for. They don't have to compete for money. They don't have to compete for ratings. It doesn't matter. They can go commercial free for 17 hours because it doesn't matter because we, the taxpayers, pay for the nonsense that is on that radio station. Thank you.
Good summary.
Senator Kennedy.
Help me understand.
Senator Kennedy went to war with. He had more problems with the content they're putting out as far as the websites go and the headlines and the news stories they're putting out. But it's all in the same umbrella of taxpayer-funded propaganda, is what I would say.
Yeah.
Roll Senator Kennedy here, Phil.
For public broadcasting. And NPR and PBS have the right, whether I like it or not, or whether you like it or not, or whether Americans like it or not, to publish these articles and to broadcast this news. That's the First Amendment. But they don't have the right to do it with taxpayer money.
Amen.
At least half of America would look at these headlines and be offended. They would be offended first because they would, really for three reasons. Number one, they disagree with opinion journalism. Number two, they would disagree with the headline. And number three, they would disagree with the fact that these headlines are not fair. They're not objective. They're obviously slanted to one point of view. And they're using taxpayer money. We're running a $36 trillion in debt. This is disgraceful in 2025.
Thank you.
Amen to
It's
that.
disgraceful whether it is left of center opinion journalism or right of center opinion journalism.
Yes.
It is disgraceful for the American people to have to fund this rot.
Yes.
Doesn't mean.
Thank you.
Phil, if you could, I think if you could just throw up the side, I don't need to see the video. Just I want to see the right there. Yeah, freeze it. Look at these headlines from NPR. The two at the bottom stand out to me the most. How racism became a marketing tool for country music, and Donald Trump's long embrace of Vladimir Putin. You could talk about whatever you want with Michael Avenatti and that headline at the top there. But I mean, it's just some of these outlandish. And look, I have no problem if you want to write outlandish columns or give an outlandish take on the radio or spew nonsense on television. But that should be funded by businesses that advertise, that come through a corporation, a company, whether it's corporate, whether it's publicly traded or not on the American taxpayer dime. And I would actually really love to know, and I don't know if Sean, Dawn, Greg, if you have this answer, how much money NPR collectively on an annual basis is being brought into their organization from our checkbooks.
Dawn brought up a great point last week or the week before when we were talking about this. They're sending reporters to Greenland. They're sending reporters all over the country,
Panama Canal,
all over the world to cover stories. We don't have the budget for that here. You know why?
Nice?
Because we're accountable to our shareholders. One more thing, and then I'll let you guys. I am not saying that I think that the government should shut down NPR. That is not what I'm saying at all. Free speech. They can report whatever they want to, but they need to be able to compete in the realm of our world. If they can come on and get the ratings and revenue that we get, more power to them.
And they might. Good for them.
Yeah, good. Well, I was just going to say, we talk about, well, I voted for this. Well, I didn't vote for this. Who signed up for our taxpayer dollars to fund a media outlet? Whether you agree with it or not, Sean, I'm sure you probably have the same belief that we are here. And again, I'm not saying they should be censored by the government. I'm saying their business model should be changed.
Yeah, look, if you're on the taxpayer dime, you can't operate the way National Putrid Radio operates, right? Because that's just what it is. Racism, and I wonder if Darius Rucker participated in some of that racism.
Yeah,
right? Hootie, right?
What about Shabuzi?
Shabuzi, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy, one of the worst halftime shows other than Kendrick Lamar that I've ever seen. But hey, everybody's at the bar drinking whiskey or getting tipsy.
I'll be there in 9 hours.
Out of control. But it's just, there are tons. There are tons of the word racism, because I'm back watching NASCAR again. you know, because I like it. I always liked it. I don't like stage racing, but I like NASCAR. And it's fun now to actively root against Bubba Wallace every race. You know what I mean? Or you don't like him because he's black. I was like, no, I don't like him because he lied about a noose. That's why. You know, when you're in the garage and every other door has the same thing, you're telling me that there's every driver is being threatened here? I mean, you know, all of them, like, you know, stupid. This whole racism thing is becoming a boy who cried wolf, right? Because now, just like the Me Too movement, just like Russia, you know, threats to democracy, all of this, it's the new, you know, it's the boy who cried wolf. People have been desensitized to that word, which is a shame, because there is real racism and it has been watered down. And now people are less likely to believe stories of real racism, because of the Jussie Smolletts and Bubba Wallace. But NPR is they're one of the perpetrators. You know, they propagated all these hoaxes. Just like, did you see yesterday, Jake Tapper? Oh, I'm writing a book about Joe Biden's cognitive decline.
What a skunk that guy is.
Oh, really? So this was a guy, Jake Tapper, who he admitted that Joe Biden had a cognitive issue, but apparently it happened overnight, because on June 26th, Joe Biden was fine and it was all cheap fakes. June 27th, we had the debate. And June 28th, all of a sudden, Joe Biden was old. I've never seen someone age in 24 hours like that.
Lie about it on your TV show for the sake of Joe to win the election, and then afterwards say, yeah, you know what? I'm going to tell all in a book for profit.
Stupid.
If you think about this with NPR, though, with our taxpayer dollars, this is really no different than what we discovered with USAID, where USAID dollars were going to the Associated Press, Reuters, and other media outlets and publications. I mean, we're talking about state-run propaganda here on our tax dollars. Whether it comes from USAID or for NPR, this is the same thing here. I mean, go out there and earn a rating share, earn some ad revenue, you skunks.
We are literally paying to be propagandized. Like, if that doesn't incense, like, that makes me sick. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so they rob. I call it robbery, right? Because if you don't pay your taxes, you go to jail. If you don't pay your cable bill, you don't go to jail. If you don't pay your taxes, you go to jail, okay? They're the only organization that if you don't pay them, you go behind bars, the government, okay? It's robbery, okay? That's what it is. You know, especially with the armed IRS agents, is what it is. So we are told that our money is being taken from us to fund essential services, all right? I have 100% certainty, 100%, that if we stopped funding NPR, everybody will be okay. We'll all wake up tomorrow morning and literally every person except the people maybe who work at NPR will all be fine. Okay. Remember COVID, essential, non-essential. We did the whole thing. They're not essential. Okay. Osama bin Elmo in Iraq is not essential. They say, oh, well, you know, the people who might get radicalized over there, instead they're going to watch Sesame Street. Give me a break. Well, you tell me Oscar the Grouch is going to prevent people from getting, you know, radicalized in Iraq? It's Iraq, for heaven's sake, right? I mean,
we've seen, Kennedy's out here saying this. So the question is, and this is tax dollars, right? Yeah. Where's Doge at? Where's Elon Musk at? Why has Elon Musk not pulled the plug on NPR funding? They've pulled the funding on everything else.
Well, maybe because it has to go through Congress. I mean, that's why they introduced.
And that might be, yeah.
The two lawmakers just introduced yesterday.
Good.
They just introduced this yesterday to defund. And so that would be about 1% of their funding, which they keep saying 1%, but it's a ton of money.
Sure.
So if it's only 1%, then let's get rid of it, change your business model. But I'll also point out real quick that they receive, yes, technically direct federal funds 1%, which is still millions, but they also receive indirectly from universities that got that money from federal and state grants. So
what a racket.
Yeah.
What a racket. Yep. So the universities get our money, they give it to NPR. The government gets our money, they give it to NPR.
It's a big money laundering operation.
And you're back to 1%, right? You go, well, it's only 1%. Again, I'm gonna say this again. If I hear that argument one more time, I'm going to lose my mind, okay? Because Margaret Brennan did this nonsense. Well, foreign aid is only 1% of our budget. All right, Margaret Brennan, Mags, right? Peggy, let's do this. If 1% is allowed to be wasted, if you're okay with that, if that's the threshold, I want her to send me 1% of her income so I can buy beer with it, Okay, because if you are allowed to, if wasting 1% is okay with Margaret Brennan, then she should have no problem cutting me a 1% of her income check every month so I can go buy some alcohol. All right.
Love the fact that you magsed her, by the way. That was great.
Mags, Peggy. How did we get to? By the way.
Yeah.
How did we get Peggy from Margaret?
I don't know.
Great question.
I don't even know where I'm at right now.
Sean, that is a great question. Maybe Mr. President can answer that one time.
Yeah, well, we're going to fix it. Well, by the way, he's signing an executive order. The English language is now going to be known as the American language. Okay? That's it.
By the way, the White House is denying this morning, we should say that the White House is denying this morning that they had anything to do with the Tate brothers flying to the USA.
Well, how did they get here then? Like, there was a travel ban on them, wasn't there?
Well, the story was last week. This was a story. I'm not saying this is a certain, but that Rick Grenell was pressuring the Romanian government to release their travel ban. So the White House itself, like the Oval Office, Trump, and all of the folks that are may have had nothing to do. Good.
Yeah.
Good. And by the way, that to me, because I posted that yesterday morning with the Tates, if the White House was involved, that puts Donald Trump's legacy in jeopardy immediately. When Donald Trump says, I kind of know this because I watch him. I kind of know what it means when he says these things. If he says, I knew nothing about it or I had nothing to do with it, he doesn't want to have anything to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I bet you somebody, maybe it was Susie Wiles, somebody said, watch this.
Mm-hmm.
You want nothing to do with this guy. If they're putting distance, if the White House is putting distance between themselves and the Tates, it tells you all you need to know about their position on that. All you need to know. I'll tell you where it's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Their lawyer, Joe McBride, had an employee in the Justice Department or a former associate in the Justice Department serving as White House liaison. That's where it's coming from. That's exactly where it's coming from. The Tate's lawyer had somebody who they worked with in the administration. Wow. That's the main driver of what's going on.
It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy. By the way, people are asking how they can help us against a station like WHYY and NPR. You know how you can help us? By listening to us for a long time, all day long, all day long. I'm serious. Just keep it on. And by patronizing the sponsors. Because, yes, WHYY in this country or in this city gets decent rating points, but you know what? They don't have to go to commercial break. They don't have to do 11 commercials, 11 live reads in a 3-hour show or 4-hour show. They don't have to do 16 minutes of commercials an hour. We have to keep you locked in long enough to want to stick with us for that long. They don't have to do that.
Yeah.
So it's an uneven playing field.
Yeah.
So just all I'm saying out there is if you want to help, even it out. Make it even.
Yeah, and for you select numbnuts out there that want to climb into my mentions after I got done endorsing, Piazza, Honda, and their electric SUV. Ooh, electric. Shut up. They're spending money so you get our content, you dope.
Thank you. I don't know if you need to
Jeez almighty. Well, I'm an F-150 guy. I'm a patriot. Shut up.
Sean, do you still have your... I know Joy Reid was... Oh, you know what we should do?
What?
I got him.
As... okay. As...
That was funny.
As...
I got him.
Maybe in the 9 o'clock hour, as Donald Trump, maybe Donald Trump can call the MSNBC switchboard.
Yes.
Ooh, that'd be
do
good.
it.
All right,
So
okay.
much fun.
All right.
The last time I prank called somebody, it was amazing. I left Adam Schiff. Have you guys seen that video? I left Adam Schiff a voicemail when he got censored as Trump.
Oh, really? No.
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys remember the old prank tapes on cassette? The Jerky Boys?
The Jerky Boys loved it. That's how that's why I'm the degenerate I am today. All right, we'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour, but let's get through a few more clips.
Yeah.
Should we do J.D. Vance calling out the UK Prime Minister? What's it? Keir Starmer? Is that how you say his name? I gotta hate
her name. Her name.
I gotta hate.
Are we
UK.
sure?
I hate the UK. I hate all of Europe. I really do.
You just despise every continent except for North America.
I do.
Well, actually, that's not even true because you hate Canada as well.
I do hate Canada. Yeah. They're cold Canucks. All right, roll it.
I said what I said, which is that we do have, of course, a special relationship with our friends in the UK and also with some of our European allies. But we also know that there have been infringements on free speech that actually affect not just the British, of course, what the British do in their own country is up to them, but also affect American technology companies and by extension American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch.
We've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom, and it will last for a very, very long time. Well, no, I mean, certainly we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right. But in relation to free speech in the UK, I'm very proud of our history there.
They don't have free speech in the UK.
I know, who the hell is he talking? What is he talking about?
Free speech. Don't you go to jail in the UK for posting memes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or or not even memes. You go to jail in the United States for posting memes too. Ask Douglas Mackey. But or at least you used to. But yeah, didn't they have and in Germany they did a 60 minutes thing about oh yeah, if you repost it, you're a criminal too.
Hate speech. You can go to jail for hate speech.
Yeah.
It's
They
crazy.
come right to your house.
New York literally wrote a bill about hate speech because of stuff I said. So it's
really?
ridiculous. Yeah, dude. It was wild. When I was running the grassroots organization on Long Island, we were going to school board meetings, and I saw in a middle school every 6 feet on the wall something about a transformation coach or a transition coach. Middle school.
Oh my God.
So I was like, this is wrong. And then we had this all gender. It's an all gender bathroom. It was a thing. The male symbol, the female symbol, and something I've never seen before. So I said, it's not the L's, the G's, or the B's, but when we get to the T, things get dangerous because, what happened in Loudoun County. And State Senator Anna Kaplan, then State Senator Anna Kaplan, said that, my comments were as dangerous as Timothy McVeigh. And then she sponsored an online hate speech bill, which was policing online speech in New York. And then she lost her election. She should have kept her mouth shut because we got somebody else elected, and hasn't been in elected office since. So,
wow.
GFY.
Wow.
Yeah.
Speaking of JD Vance, he is speaking at the National Catholic Prayer Breakfast this morning. Still no visual confirmation of Nancy Mace's arrival. She could be in bed with her husband right now getting a quickie.
Oh, that was my favorite. That was my favorite
Did
thing.
they even break up?
Did they? I'm sure they did.
Is this the same event that she was trying to get to last year?
No.
So it's a different prayer breakfast. Okay.
It's amazing.
I'll never forget that story.
All right, Sean, get on your glasses. Corinne Jean-Pierre.
Oh, she's not glasses.
Oh, she's not?
These are just reserved. These are reserved for Joy Reid.
Oh, I'm
explosive diarrhea. Come on, man.
I'm sorry, Sean.
Corinne Jean-Pierre is not glasses. Joy Reid is glasses.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. I got to get my props straight.
Come on, man. One has hair, the other one tries to have Trump's hair.
She says she was at the Semaphore, hosted an event yesterday at Harvard, the Kennedy Center of Institute of Politics. She says she has not watched the news since the Trump inauguration.
That's a lie.
This is cut 5. Phil, go. 5.
The binder. The old binder before they started
The
handing out
last
binders.
time I've watched the news
Don't rub it in.
was January 20th when I was at the White House. I've not watched the news. I have really tried to focus on self-care. I've really tried to focus on my daughter. I have a 10-year-old. And I have done, I think the best way to say this is I have deprogrammed myself so that I could be a civilian again. I used to wake up at 4:30 in the morning.
So do I.
Like that was my schedule every day for 4 years. And I thought that when I stepped away from the lectern, the podium, that I would have this like adrenaline, like I would need to feed my I need to be doing something.
Right.
And I have not missed it at all.
Whatever's in your water, I need it.
I have not missed it. But I do want to say it was an honor and a privilege to have the job, to be the White House press secretary. I would do it again easily, but I don't miss it.
And still fail.
We don't miss you, by the way.
She's not missing the job because she was in over her head and not qualified for the job. Probably the worst White House press secretary I can recall in my adult life of paying attention to this stuff for sure. What's also interesting is self-care. That is the same thing that she's actually still programmed, because the headlines were Democrats and liberals and the certain marginalized communities are now focusing on self-care in the aftermath of defeat of the election. So she's still giving you some of that rhetoric and that jargon, Sean.
Yeah, and you know what? It was her. She's one of the dumbest people I think I've ever seen. It was her who came up with, okay, Joe Biden had a bad debate. What should we do here? Let's go with jet lag and a cold. Jet lag.
Yeah.
He spent the freaking 10 days before the debate in the same location. How do you get jet lag if you don't go on a jet? And then when he got on the jet and went to Atlanta, it's in the same time zone. You don't get jet lag when you go in the same time zone. It's this. Geez, so what a what a stupid person.
I still
bad hair.
Yes.
Bad hair.
I still have
Looks like a mop.
five drops of the binder on my board.
Yeah, you can get rid of them.
Are we going to retire them?
Yes, yeah.
One last time, can I rip through them real quick?
Sure.
All right, here was this one.
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
And this was after her nothing burger on a daily basis.
I'm not going to get beyond that.
And then if somebody asked her a really poignant question, she would say,
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
and then she would occasionally giggle. And then when you got her really off guard and she's having a great time, probably on a Friday.
Whoa.
Yep, there you go.
I like the whoa. You can keep that one.
Here's my binder board. All
Wow.
right, that'll do it. When we come back, Donald J. Trump will join us.
And we'll call.
You're kidding.
After you're done with your interview,
Yes.
Kayal, we'll call the MSNBC switchboard.
That's correct. Leave a
Okay.
few voicemails. We're going to save Joy Reid's career. Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour on a Friday, always the most unpredictable, the most wild. And we're back after this. Stay right there.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This February, Hesser Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get up to $9,863 off MSRP on a new 2024 Silverado 1500 SSV. Lease a 2025 Chevrolet Trax LT for just $215 a month, or a 2024 Chevy Blazer EVRS just $335 a month, both for 39 months. Check us out online at HesserChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hesser Chevrolet! As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
it's Rich. It's the only we have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years. And so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, and trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at veneriadental.com, V-A-N-A-R-I-A, Dr. Mike Veneria, veneriadental.com.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike, Barkley. He brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Keswick Theater, Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State basketball this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof game plan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
A Monday warrior, mean strike. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
Let's go, Harry. Kayal and Company, 9:03. It is a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Final day of February. Yes. We're on to March starting tomorrow. Sean Farish with us live from Nashville this morning. We'll get back to Sean in a little bit. We got to put Farish on hold because we welcome in now the 47th President of the United States of America, Mr. Trump. Great to have you back on the program. How you doing, sir?
Well, we're doing very well. You know, I've been meeting with a bunch of ladies all week, you know, Emmanuel Macron, Keir Starmer, and now I have Zelensky. She's coming in today, right? So we'll see what she has to say, but we're going to get all of her minerals, apparently, and from Ukraine, the minerals. And, you know, we look at rare earth minerals. We love rare earth.
Yeah.
I know a lot about them. I have a lot of experience with rare earth minerals. That's why I have such a beautiful hairdo. You know, you look at it, I have rare earth minerals on top of my head, and it looks beautiful. I can tell you. We could actually maybe give Nick some rare earth minerals to fix what's going on, right? We could maybe do that.
Yeah. Would like that a lot. Thank you very much, sir. That's not right. It's actually factually correct. I could use that. It's great stuff. I got to tell you, Mr. President, though, you know, we're big football fans in this city. We live and die with the Eagles. It was nice to beat Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, and I just want to personally thank you for extending the official invite and welcoming the Philadelphia Eagles to the White House, because the reports are that they were waiting for the invitation and that they would accept, and now all sides are happy, so thank you very much for that.
Well, we were looking forward to seeing it. We saw reports that they weren't going to come here, but then, you know, we extended the big, beautiful, nobody's seen an olive branch like the one we extended. It's a beautiful olive branch. And so we extended it, and they want to come to the White House, which we're very excited about. We'll see what happens. But they're going to do, apparently they want to do the tush push through the front door. And by the way, that's Pete Buttigieg's favorite move, the tush push. You know what I'm talking about. Packer Pete. He packs, you know what I'm saying? He loves a good tush push. That much I can tell you. But we're excited to have them. We're excited to have them. The ELGS Eagles. Right? If they weren't going to come to the White House, I was going to sign an executive order that said the Super Bowl didn't count. We were going to do that.
Don't blame you, sir. Yes.
We were going to do that. We were going to sign that order, and it was going to be tremendous, right? We were going to do it. And then they said, "Sir, don't do it." I said, "We're going to do it." And then they said, "We're coming." So speak softly, right? And carry in my case, a big pen. You know,
Yes.
we sign the orders with a
Big
bit of a
Sharpie.
pen.
Very thick one, yeah.
Big Sharpie.
So let's get to Joy Reid. She was fired. Rachel Maddow's staff
Safety first.
has been axed. Yes.
no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Keep the shades on. Jeff Bezos and the Washington Post now changing their coverage. Are you tired of the victories and the winning that you are seeing in the aftermath and the fallout and the defeat for the legacy media? Joy Reid out. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, you look at Joy Reid, and she's been fired, and it's a long time coming. You look at it; her ratings went down. Her ratings went down faster and harder than Mitch McConnell on a flight of stairs, and just like Mitch, they fell and they couldn't get up. Right? They fell and they couldn't get up. And like Nancy Pelosi, they fell and they broke a hip. You know what I'm saying? You know, she's got a beautiful hip now, and she walks around. You know, she's got the walking sticks and all of that. Yeah, she's a horrible person. She's a great stock trader, but she's a horrible person. But you look at Joy Reid, and I was shocked. You know, I was shocked. Not that she got fired, but it was the first time I've ever seen a cow cry. I've never seen it happen before. And she was crying, and it was crazy. I thought maybe they would add her to Old McDonald's farm that I called the zoo. You know, The View, Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar, and all of the other livestock. We call them livestock that are over there on Old McDonald's farm. And maybe she'll join, maybe she won't join. But it was a long time coming. You know, she is a stupid person. And frankly, when you look at her, and you're not supposed to look at her for too long, that's why we have the glasses. Prolonged exposure to Joy Reid can cause retinal damage, itching and burning of the skin or face, suicidal thoughts, projectile vomiting, and in very extreme cases, explosive diarrhea worse than Stacey Abrams after Papa John's. You know, it's a horrible thing.
Oh, my God.
You don't want to have that. You don't want to deal with that. But it'll happen if you watch too much Joy Reid. So all 12 people who are watching our show are very upset. And we're very upset, too, you know, because she was worth a bunch of laughs. You look at that. But she's gone, and she's a stupid person. She's an ugly person, both inside and out. She's the only person, you know, she's so bad. You look at her, she's so ugly inside and out that she makes Rosie O'Donnell look like Cleopatra, right? You look at that. And I knew Cleopatra very well. I got along very well with ancient Egypt. I helped build the Sphinx. I said to my good friend, you know, I knew him for a while, King Tut. And they wanted to call him King Toot. I said, we have one of those. His name's Eric Swalwell. I said to my friend, I said, Tut. He said, sir. I said, we need to build some beautiful pyramids, and we need to build a beautiful sculpture of a cat.
Yeah.
And we're going to call it the Sphinx. And we built it. I helped build it with my own two hands. It was a beautiful cat. And it's still there, by the way. It stood the test of time. So I got along very well with Egypt. I got along very well with Cleopatra. I called her Cleo. She was fantastic. But Joy Reid is so ugly. She makes Rosie O'Donnell look like Cleopatra. And nobody ever thought I would say something nice about Rosie O'Donnell. But when you talk about Joy Reid, anything is possible. That much I can tell you.
Donald Trump joining us as he does every Friday. So let's talk about the gold immigration card for a cool $5 million. If you are wealthy, stupid rich, and you want to gain status in this country, you can come here. An outside of the box idea to maybe reduce the national debt. Your thoughts on how successful the $5 million immigration gold card can truly be?
Well, I think it's going to be the greatest success the world has ever seen. You know, a lot of people refer to me as a stable genius, an expert. Yeah. You know, when Google has or as Mayor Eric Adams calls it, Google, right? When Google has a question, they call me. They say, sir, we need the answer. And I give them the answer. And sometimes they like it. Sometimes they don't. I also get along very well with Grok over on X. He's a tremendous AI chatbot doing a wonderful job. And we are working on something. It's called, instead of chat GPT. We're calling it Chat DJT. The greatest AI in the history of the world. Is going to be fantastic. But you look at it, you look at the gold card. Yeah. It's the greatest card. Nobody's ever seen it. And maybe we'll do a platinum, $10 million too. We'll see. But if you invest in our country and you want to come to our country, we're gonna welcome you as my good friend Scott Stapp of Creed with arms wide open. We're gonna welcome you with arms wide open, right? And Hunter Biden's song, "Can You Take Me Higher?" He loves that song, right? It's his favorite. There was 350,000 pounds of meth that was just caught on the border or something like that. Hunter's very upset about it. But you look at his shipment was intercepted. It must have been thrown by a Jets quarterback. We'll see what happens, right? We're looking at it. But you look at the $5 million gold card. We love the gold card. I have one. I already am a citizen, but I have one. I was the first person to have one. It's called the Trump card. It's a beautiful card. It's a talented card. It's a highly respected card. And it's going to be a wild success, more successful than anybody ever thought possible, believe me.
Final one for you, sir. I know you're very busy. You have a lot going on today with Zelensky and the other females that you have to deal with. So why was so much freaking out last week over Elon Musk and the email mandate? It's a common workplace practice. You know, you send an email. We're trying to figure out, make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to do, what we're paying you to do. Your thoughts on these very basic requests that have a lot of left-wingers melting down on social media and saying it's like living in North Korea these days?
Well, these people, first of all, I got along very well with North Korea. We know that, right? Little Rocket Man.
Sure.
And we call Elon Musk Big Rocket Man. And everybody calls me Biggest Rocket Man, just like they call me Biggest Balls, too. You understand that? You know, big, they call it a big package.
Big
right?
balls.
It's one of those, you ordered something on Amazon. It's a big, beautiful package. I can tell you that. Everybody knows about it. We've talked about it. No problems. There's a lot of people, you know, they have problems. I don't have problems. But you look at the emails, they care more about the Elon Musk email than Crooked Hillary's emails. Could you imagine that? You know, she was putting emails on the server, and it was a horrible server. Nobody's ever seen a server like that before. I have beautiful servers. We have the greatest servers. She has bad servers. She has stupid servers. And they didn't care about her emails, but they care about Elon's emails. We want to know that you're working. If you're not working, you're fired. If you're not a real person, we have a problem. You know, they say, Houston, we have a problem. And I got along well with Houston, right? Houston is a beautiful place. And, you know, you look at the emails, beautiful idea from Elon Musk. Let's make sure you're working. Let's make sure you're earning your money. Because if you're not, you're fired.
Yeah.
And if you are, congratulations, you get to keep your beautiful government job. But it's called accountability. It's called accountability. And if you don't like that, you don't have to work for my administration. You have to work in the federal government. We're going to hold people. We're going to make America accountable again. And that's what we're doing with the emails. It's a beautiful thing. We have the greatest emails. They don't like them. Crooked Hillary had bad emails, nasty. She's a nasty person, right? Yeah. And there was no problem. You had James Comey. There was no problem. You look at people like Crooked Hillary, and a lot of these people, they're so corrupt. Congestion pricing in New York. You look at it. All of these crazy things. Kathy Hochul, the bucktooth bandit, she's never going to have to worry about congestion pricing. You don't hit traffic when you fly to work on a broomstick. You know, you look at it. Right. So the emails are a beautiful thing. Yeah. We love the emails. We're standing by the emails, and we're going for accountability.
Unbelievable. Sean Farish as Donald J. Trump, nailing it as usual. Yep. All right, so Farish, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the MSNBC voicemail. It's up to you. You can use any voice. You can do Trump. You can do yourself. You can imitate anybody you'd like. Greg Stocker, you want to fire that bad boy up?
Let's do this. Hang on a second here. Let's see if I remember how to make this thing work.
And by the way, Sean, it's about 20 to 30 seconds you get, just so you know, before they cut it off.
Oh, I gotta go. Quick. All right, let's do it. We can't weave too much.
Thank you for calling NBC Universal. Please choose from the following options. To leave a comment about our broadcast, press 1. To leave a comment for NBC News, press 1. For MSNBC, press 2.
All right, here we go.
Thank you for calling the viewer comment line. Please leave your message after the tone.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Go, Sean.
Well, I just wanted to express my condolences for the loss of Joy Reid. You know, she had horrible ratings. I had beautiful ratings when I was with NBC, but she had horrible ratings. And she was one of my favorite shows because it was hilarious watching her say stupid things on the air all the time. So she will be greatly missed. That much I can tell you.
Big balls. Yeah, thank you, sir.
So good. I can't believe
Oh,
that.
I hope that makes some sort of the Donald Trump.
Can you imagine?
Big
Like,
balls.
oh my gosh.
By the way, Jimmy Kelly, our boy in the back, is working on a voicemail in which he goes between Rush Limbaugh and Don Imus.
Oh, boy.
So we're going to have perhaps a Rush Limbaugh, Don Imus, Joy Reid remix.
They're going to...
Whatever happens with that, please don't call Joy Reid a you-know-what. Like Don
yes.
right?
No,
don't do that.
I think Jimmy's smart enough
No
not
hair
to
comments,
yes.
please.
And no Rutgers basketball
comments.
comments.
Oh, that's amazing.
All right, we'll come back. We'll get Dawn's Big Three. Sean will stick around with us for a little bit longer as we continue here, 9 o'clock hour on a Friday morning where you must have
big balls.
And we're back after this. Stay right there.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms or visit DKAppliances.com.
From Westchester to Doylestown, from Drexel Hill to Lansdale to Philly, we all look out for each other, stepping up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years, and that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you. Learn more at IBX.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you want experts you can trust working on your car, United Tire and Service is the place for you. They always take the time to get to know you and your car, and United Tire has made February the best month to save on tires. The birds won it all, so you can save big now. Through February 28th, you save the total points of the game off a set of 4 tires. What a great way to celebrate. Schedule at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210. WPHT.
I guess this time you're really leaving. I heard your suitcase say goodbye.
921, Kayal and Company rolling on Friday morning. Sean Farish with us here for a couple of more minutes. Still ahead this morning. Today in music history with Phil Almquist, our morning mystery movie clip for boat show tickets. Find out what Dawn has lined up. And also, don't forget today, after the show, our boy Phil Almquist, in defiance against Al Sharpton and his economic DEI one-day-only boycott and blackout of major corporations, will be hitting up all of the businesses and establishments, including Amazon, Walmart, and McDonald's, on his way home to Bucks County. And you can follow him as he will be chronicling this on his X feed at Almquist on Air, ALMQUIST on Air. I can't wait for him to pull up to the McDonald's drive-thru. Really, shades of Sean Farish, when Sean Farish has gone through the McDonald's drive-thru as Donald J. Trump and ordered all sorts of goodies. It's one of my favorite Sean Farish videos of all time. When did you record that, by the way, Farish? Was that a couple of years ago?
He was the biggest and most beautiful Big Mac the world has ever seen. We love the McNuggets. I started doing those like for fun in 2021. The first one I did, I ordered a friend of mine. I ordered his Taco Bell, and we found out that when I got to the window, I said, "Did you know what I was doing?" And the guy said, "Yeah, you sounded like Trump." I said, "Do me a favor, go on TikTok and follow me there," and he did. And I said, "When you see the video come up, just post underneath it, I took the video."
Yeah.
So no, I served the order. I took the order. And he commented it. His logo, his profile picture was the Black Lives Matter fist. I said to my buddy, I said, "I'm so sorry, but you definitely ate spit."
Yeah, pretty much.
You had a chicken, cheese, and saliva quesadilla.
Oh,
so,
yummy.
It was bad. It was bad. But I actually, it was even funnier was when I first started talking to my would-be wife, I went down to Florida and met her. I said, "Look, we'll go to the drive-thru. We'll do a video." So we went to Chick-fil-A, and I ordered a spicy chicken sandwich. I said, "I want a spicy chicken sandwich, spicier than Kamala Harris after a night with Willie Brown." And the guy at the thing, because they have to read it back, he goes, "All right, so that's a spicy chicken sandwich, spicier than Kamala Harris." I almost lost it right there. It was great. It hit like 1 million views by the morning. It was fun. Then I went down again a few months later. We went to KFC and ordered big, beautiful biscuits, and it was just great.
Have you no empathy, man?
None whatsoever.
Certainly hope there's enough space on the train for me.
Unreal. All right, let's get caught up in the world of news.
Yeah.
Let's find out what stories we might have missed or we need to readdress if you were not here from the jump at 6 a.m. Time for a Dawn Stenzel Big 3 at 9:24.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Kitchen Magic, a developing story. First responders on the scene in Philadelphia. More than 20 buildings evacuated on the 500 block of Delancey Street in Philadelphia, evacuated this morning due to what firefighters and first responders are saying, high levels of carbon monoxide. That from the Philadelphia Fire Department. This is in the area of the Society Hill Society Hill section of Philadelphia. So evacuations continue. The investigation continues. No reports of injuries, thankfully. Let's update you on the story, a disturbing story as to what really happened, causing the deaths of legendary actor Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy. They're believed to have laid dead for up to 2 weeks.
Wow.
Jeez.
Really?
Oh, my goodness.
She found partially, and I'm quoting here, mummified, the skin and tissue of their bodies preserved, likely by, according to Santa Fe authorities, cool, dry winter climate.
I'm going to ask a really dumb question. What's the difference between decomposing and mummified?
If you were, so it's the way that what I'm reading between the lines here is that the way that the body decomposes depends on the factors. Is it dry? Is it cooler? Yes. Santa Fe, I was looking at their forecast yesterday. So
it's 110.
Overnight, overnight for the past 2 weeks, overnight temperatures in the 30s.
Oh, wow.
Wow, really?
So not hot weather, which might cause a different, so very well preserved because it's very dry, but at night cold and cool day.
So
cold and cool.
Hot and moist, you decompose. Cool and dry, you mummify?
That would be consistent with.
Okay.
So we're hearing more with regard to the 911 call. So if you haven't heard, the legendary actor, award-winning actor Gene Hackman, his wife of 34 years, who her classical pianist Betsy. So they were found with one of their 3 dogs who died was in a nearby closet. So we're hearing more about this.
Yeah, we have. We played it earlier, but it was like 6:02. We played it, so let's play it now.
Are you with the patient now?
I'm sorry?
Are you with the patient now?
Yeah, I'm over at their property. There's no
man.
address here.
Oh, this is
so
a
I have
maintenance
to meet the ambulance or the police, whoever, down at the gatehouse. I'll bring them up here.
Okay. How old is the patient?
I have no idea.
You don't know? Okay, that's fine. Is the patient a male or a female?
A female and a male, probably. I don't know, sir. Just send somebody up here real quick.
Okay. Are they awake?
I have no idea.
Are they breathing?
I have no idea. I'm not inside the house. It's closed. It's locked. I can't go in. But I see them. She's laying down on a floor from the window.
Okay. Okay.
You hear their other 2 dogs
They appear
barking.
to be completely awake.
On the way?
Do they appear to be awake or alert?
No. It's not.
Okay.
You hear him become frustrated.
Okay. Did you hear them talk or cry?
No.
Okay.
No, dude, they're dead.
Okay. Are they moving at all?
No, dude, they're not moving. Just send somebody up here really quick.
Okay, my units are underway, okay?
Wow.
So this is somebody who worked for them, who, according to the latest reports, a gentleman who worked for Gene Hackman, Mr. and Mrs. Hackman, and so he showed up every few weeks or every couple of weeks. That's why they're presuming the 2-week time period. Okay. So he shows up to do routine maintenance, etc., knows something's wrong. There's some contradictory information here because remember we heard the story that maybe there was a door ajar, something of that nature.
Yeah.
He's saying the door is locked. But in this situation, and if you heard the whole thing, I mean, he's emotional. He knows these are individuals who he knows, who he's worked for. He knows something's wrong because you have the 2 German Shepherds. They're barking. They're alive. But Gene, and they were in different rooms, by the way. So one German Shepherd dead in a closet. The wife is in a bathroom, powder room area. And there's a space heater that's tipped over, some pills that are strewn, and then Gene Hackman in another room, and it looks like he could have fallen. Sunglasses look like they, maybe he had sunglasses on, but they fell off of his body. So we just don't know the information, and so there's no indication of a struggle. That from authorities. They're awaiting the autopsy results, and that would include things like toxicology, carbon monoxide poisoning, any medications.
So Is the report not true that they went in and did whatever type of analysis to determine if there's any deadly gas and remnants of in the property? Is that fake, or is that?
Yeah, because we did report that this morning.
Right. Remember that?
But
now they've been. If it happened 2 weeks ago, I can't imagine the gas would still be lingering around, would it? I don't know. I'm not.
Well, they would be able to do a toxicology report on a dead body.
Sure.
And figure out if that dead body was poisoned by anything.
Right. But I thought they did some sort of like air quality check to see if there was.
Which would be consistent, because if they did the air, so the officers going in, they knew something was really wrong. They back out because they know this is not. So they don't want to be poisoned by something.
Sure.
But the air certainly may have been clear by yesterday or day before.
Right.
But what happened 2 weeks ago?
Right.
So that's why they have to do all the toxicology. So it may or may not. Like we don't know.
Sean, what are your thoughts on this story?
I don't know, because first we hear that it was carbon monoxide, then it was foul play. I mean, both stories can't be true. There were pills around the woman. Like, I don't know. Pills don't sound like carbon monoxide.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know I'll be honest. I don't even know who Gene Hackman is. So someone's like, Gene Hackman died. I said, who's
Lex
that?
Luthor.
Said, what? No. I know.
Lex Luthor, Superman.
Yeah. Look, here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you weren't in Star Wars, Jurassic Park, Pirates of the Caribbean, or a few other of those movies, or Inception, I probably don't know who the actor is.
Really?
I don't watch a lot of movies. Yeah, I don't watch a lot of movies. I mean, I watch a bunch, but someone said to me yesterday, Gene Hackman died, and I was like, oh, that's sad. And he's like, do you know who that is? I was like, no. He was like, who's yours? I was like, the basketball team.
Kind of. Yeah.
I was like, the whole thing. I'm not good with that. It really isn't. I'm not good with it.
But you think about that crime scene or alleged crime scene with the pills. If there is foul play, somebody could easily, after they, in theory, snuff somebody out, pour a bunch of pills over to make it look like it was self-inflicted.
An OD.
Yeah. I wouldn't rule anything out at this point. Although it just seems odd that you go 2 weeks and there's 2 weeks and nobody knew that they were dead. Where's their friends, family, close relatives, loved ones?
I mean, would you notice if one of your neighbors didn't come out for 2 weeks? I wouldn't.
Not neighbor wise, but does Hackman have any kids in their 50s or 60s?
Yeah, so he's think about it. He's in his 90s, so his adult kids,
his
they're living their own lives.
Yeah, exactly.
His kids could be dead. Who knows?
They don't live close to each other. No, I mean they've spoken out about it. It's tragic, but it's not. You know what I mean? It's a really busy time of year. Everybody's doing their own things. So no, I don't.
I got to ask a really morbid question, but that's what I do.
Yeah, that's your role.
Yeah, the two dogs that were alive, did they take a chomp? Out of
no.
I mean, they're not eating for 2 weeks.
There's no indication of that.
No, whimpering, crying.
They haven't eaten in 2 weeks.
Their masters are laying on the floor dead. They're probably distraught.
Yeah, they need to eat.
Yeah.
They need to eat. No.
What is this, a horror movie? What is it?
The rumor is that
M. Night Shyamalan?
The rumor is that cats would do that.
Of course they would.
Well, because cats are evil. I've told you that.
No, they're not evil. Actually, one of my cats is like half evil, but she's okay.
Yeah, there you go.
When the lights go off, she hisses at the rest of them. It's
do your cats
go crazy?
Do your cats act weird when you start doing Trump randomly in the living room?
No, it's normal for them. They're like, oh, because actually it's funny. They'll hit him on the TV, and I think they're usually like, oh, hey, what is he doing? Not me. It's actually the president. Cats, they're crazy. They're good. Well, we have one that we took in who was a rescue, and then the other she had a whole litter, so we kept a couple of them. And, it depends on how she's feeling, if she hates the other two or loves the other two. It's wild. It's wild, the cats.
At the end of the day, they're still animals. Dogs and cats are still animals.
Right, but they have access to their doggy door. They're German Shepherds.
They're living better than I am.
Look, there are no
German Shepherds wouldn't do it. German Shepherds are very nice.
Yeah, well, no, they would eat the rabbits and the squirrels or whatever they're going to catch in the yard. Yeah. That's what they lived in.
Well, here's my other question.
I'm just asking.
Huge property. It's a huge mansion.
How old was
huge property?
How old was Jean's lady? She was what, 64?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So none of her family decided to check in for 2 weeks?
It's a valid question.
Yeah.
You know, it's a valid question.
I mean, I'm not saying I checked up on my parents every single day once I grew up and left the house, but I didn't
look
go.
what happened to them.
And they left, and they were like, my son abandoned us. He's on to doing like sports talk for $9 an hour. What a loser. Yeah, but like, I mean, I don't think
I'll
I
show
ever
myself out.
I have a meeting with yourself. I dare you. I don't think I ever went 2 weeks without talking to my parents from when I was 22 until they died. Yeah. That seems odd.
Yeah.
Something doesn't add up here.
All right, one more.
I would ask Pam Bondi to investigate, but she'll uncover nothing anyway.
Well, we know what happened to King Ka in New Jersey, Six Flags. We have the big implosion.
We have the video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see
the roller coaster.
The roller coaster at Six Flags being imploded. Oh, wow.
Good.
That's awesome.
Go.
Wait, did Chris Christie get on that? Is that what happened? Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
Chris Christie tried to ride it, is what happened.
Now, was that a controlled demolition?
Like Miley Cyrus, she came in like a wrecking ball.
Like a wrecking ball. What was that? Like, was that one of those straight up and drop you straight down rides? I don't like those at all.
Yeah,
That's amazing. It's like 12 seconds.
Yeah. It straight up and straight down.
Yeah.
Is basically what it did. That's cool, man.
Yeah.
It's like, toothpicks. Just
So they did that this morning?
Just did that.
Yeah.
Yes, just this morning.
That's awesome.
So just within the past less than half an hour.
Goodbye,
Boom.
King. What's it called? King Ka?
King Ka.
Yeah.
At Six Flags
King
Great
Ka.
Adventure.
Fastest roller coaster in the world.
Yep.
Ferris, you a roller coaster guy, or are you scared of heights?
No, I see. I never used to be anyway because I used to get motion sickness.
Yeah.
But but roller coasters. I eventually wound up like becoming a fan of. They're fun. They're fun. I'm not the best with heights, but I'm not the worst with heights.
Yeah.
But they're fun.
I'm petrified.
It's a good time.
I can't do the heights, the speed, the twisting, the turning. Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. It was supposed to be done at 9, but for whatever reason, they did it earlier than 9.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah, unlike Pam Bondi, they were early with their deadline.
Oh boy, Nick's going all in on Pam Bondi today.
Was there a reason why they imploded it, Dawn?
To make room for the next, this was supposedly this was supposedly the fastest, roller coaster.
Yeah.
I probably haven't been to Six Flags since 1996, but I remember like the Scream Machine and all that stuff. Is all that stuff still there? Has anybody been there recently?
No.
I don't know.
I've done Dorney Park.
But in 2026, the park will have and they'll launch an all-new multi-record-breaking launch coaster that has not yet been named.
Making roller coasters great again.
Nothing was as great as Action Park. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Nothing is as great as Kitchen Magic. Go to kitchenmagic.com and start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local trusted family-owned company that has been transforming kitchens 45 years. kitchenmagic.com. Thank you, Kitchen Magic, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. If Pam Bondi doesn't come up with some explanations today, I officially appoint Sean Farish as head of the FBI. And with that said, Sean, thank you very much. Have a great weekend, buddy.
Hey, thanks. We'll see you next week, guys. This was fun.
All right, brother. There he is, Sean Farish, with us every Friday
Sean.
for Farish Fridays.
TGIF. Thank God it's Farish.
Yes.
Wow, look at you.
Like that?
Yes.
And thank God we need to break.
Yes, we do. I got to go to the bathroom. Stay tuned. Dawn's got her preview of what's coming up. We've got Jimmy Kelly's.
she has a big, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
yeah.
you. She has a big guest coming up at 10:30. Who is it?
I want to hear this.
Who is it?
This is the attorney representing many of the Epstein victims.
Yes.
Coming up at 10:30. So getting the take on all of this.
Dawn will actually give you something new, unlike Pam Bondi.
Oh my God.
As we continue. And I keep burying Pam. And we're back after this on a Friday morning. Stay right there.
We got to talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models with their sleek new designs and innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology, and they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles that are available right now across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey across Piazza's dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Just visit them. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So Let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Winter is here. Make sure you're prepared for whatever it throws your way. From snowstorms to icy roads, get the latest on winter weather from your local news team on the Odyssey app. Stay informed with push alerts on conditions and the best local coverage to keep you safe. Don't let nasty weather catch you unprepared this season. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and follow your local news station. That's AUDACY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes. Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text LINE to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text LINE to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text LINE to 200-300. That's LINE to 200-300. LINE to 200-300.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start March 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Hi, I'm Mike Venaria Jr. with Prosperity Private Wealth. No matter your occupation, whether you work for a big company or you're a small business owner, everyone wants to keep as much of their earnings as possible. I specialize in tax minimization strategies and retirement planning that'll help you build a strong financial future for you and your future generations. Call me, Mike Venaria Jr. at 856-252-0107.
Securities through Sanctuary Securities, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, advisory services through Sanctuary Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously, right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Philly Boat Show is back March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Bobbed off. Yeah, baby. Bobbed off Friday as we continue. Kayal and Company live here on the final day of February. Only 28 days.
Before we do this, let's do this.
Yeah.
NBC Universal. Please choose from the following options. To leave a comment for NBC News, press 1. For MSNBC, press 2.
Thank you for calling the viewer comment line. Please leave your message after the tone.
Yeah, this is Imus from Imus in the Morning, and this is Rush Limbaugh, both calling from beyond. You know, even from the grave, we can probably do a better job than Joy Reid. Isn't that right there, Mr. Imus? This is just dreadful what MSNBC has done since I left.
Thank you very much, Jimmy Kelly from Beyond the Grave. We tapped into the grave. I don't know.
The former morning man for WFAN
and WPHT a long time ago.
Whoa! So wait,
Imus was the
Was
morning
he
guy
here?
here. Yeah, a long time ago. 2000 from 2000 to 2004, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, I did not know
Or
that.
maybe the late 90s, even. I don't know.
The more you listen, the more you know. All right, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, honey, let me ask you a personal question. If you worship the duck, why don't you hang out somewhere he could get in?
Dice man. Hey, say hello to the wife and kids. You know what I'm saying? You see, the Dice man is dyslexic. He gets everything backwards. So he makes it say was like,
It's
if I
okay,
worship.
Ducky.
Okay, because you're sure? Because if he offended you, I would gladly clean up this parking lot with his
No,
butt.
I'm fine. Don't worry
Okay,
about it.
okay.
You here long?
Nah, 3-4 hours. You have a good time at least?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good. That's good. Now, what now?
Bed.
Yours or mine?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, final chance this week to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Philadelphia Boat Show. It is coming up on March 14th through the 16th at the Expo Center in Oaks, PA. Top tri-state dealers ready to deliver saltwater fishing boats, pontoon party boats, ski boats, bass boats, PWCs, and more. See phillyboatshow.com for details and tickets. Caller 12-855-839-1210. You will win the boat show tickets. Now we find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
February 28th, we celebrate the birthdays of Cindy Wilson for the B-52s, who's 68, and Donnie Iris, who's now 82. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Brian Jones from the Stones and Jeff Nichols, the keyboardist from Black Sabbath. We also lost David Byron from Uriah Heep in 85. Sigaku Tom Sawyer by Rush in 81. Run Around by Blues Traveler in 95. Harlem Shuffle by the Stones in 86. Photographed by Def Leppard in 83, Doctor My Eyes by Jackson Browne in 72, and I'll Be There For You by Bon Jovi in 89. Album Deku Deluxe by Better Than Ezra in 93, War by U2 also in 83, and Weird Al in 3D in 84, and Welcome to My Nightmare by Alice Cooper in 75. Also in 96, Alanis Morissette won Album of the Year for Jagged Little Pill. In 76, Paul Simon won the same thing. In 67, Pink Floyd signed their first record deal. In 66, the Cavern Club closed, where the Beatles played regularly between 61 and 63. And in 86, Pretty in Pink opened in theaters. But lastly, on this day in 78, the Village People...
What movie was that?
Pretty in Pink.
Okay, thank you.
What else do you think I said?
I don't know, I'm just...
Okay. Okay.
For the clue.
Okay. But lastly, on this day in 78, the Village People play their first show. Today in Music History is sponsored by the Philadelphia Flower Show. Experience worlds of possibility from the ground up at the Philadelphia Flower Show Gardens of Tomorrow, March 1st through the 9th at the Philadelphia Convention Center. See imaginative designs, innovative ideas, and endless inspiration. Get your tickets at the to the future today at the phsonline.org. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
All right, there is Phil Almquist.
Nick, now listen.
All right, let's go to our winner. The movie is what, Maryland and Delaware?
Hello? Pretty in Pink.
Yes,
Woo!
Maryland. You got the boat show tickets. Congratulations. I'm sure you are pretty in pink.
Nick, now listen.
I'm not hitting on you, Maryland. I'm just giving a compliment. As we get ready.
Flirtatious.
Yeah, a little bit. I like, hey, look, Maryland's on the board. So sometimes we got to put the callers on the board as well. All right, Dawn, what do we got lined up 8 minutes from now?
As I have said, we have a top attorney who for many years has represented victims of Epstein. So she'll be speaking out, giving her reaction to all of this with regard to the alleged or supposed release of all of these files and what it means. So we'll look at that. We have some new details on the Epstein files, that timeline. We may have a news conference or President Trump may be speaking out this morning as, of course, he's preparing to meet with Zelensky and talk peace and the end of the war in Ukraine, precious metals, that contract deal, all of that. So we'll get to it. And then in the 11 o'clock hour, we'll begin with paying tribute, a way that you can pay tribute, but paying tribute to some of our military veterans. So we have a lot. There's a lot breaking locally and nationally. Clearly, and also J.D. Vance at the prayer breakfast. We'll get into all of it.
Stalker, do we have 60 seconds or so here?
Yeah.
Okay. We just got done with today in music history. I'm going to give you yesterday in Doge history. I just saw this from the Doge Twitter feed. Here's your U.S. taxpayer dollar savings. $60 million yesterday was discovered by Doge that was going to indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment. $74 million for inclusive justice in Colombia. $79 million for primary literacy in Kenya, $37 million for female empowerment in Colombia, $8 million to reduce stigma, discrimination, and violence against the LGBTQ plus community in Lesotho. I don't even know where Lesotho is. I didn't know if that's how you say it. I don't even know that Lesotho is actually a country, but they're trying to reduce that type of stigma, as well as for $3.3 million for being a part of the LGBT community in the Caribbean.
So all you have to do is be in that community in the Caribbean and you get money.
That's right.
Cool.
I'm going to relocate. Let's take the show there. All right. That'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. She will have some great stuff with Epstein at the bottom of the hour. Enjoy your weekend. Follow Phil on Twitter as he defies Al Sharpton, and we will see you Monday morning.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching.